This is going to be episode 155 of the Art School live streams. Another one, and we've hit the 3-year mark. That's crazy. But we're not there yet. So today we have a number of submissions to check out, and a lot of cool stuff. So I'm really excited. And let's do a little bit of an introduction as usual for those of you that might be new. There's always at least like one person or two every week, at least. And then of course, if you're watching this later on YouTube and you're wondering what is this about, what is this 5-6 hour long video going to be about? Is this a mistake? No, it's not a mistake. It's a recording of our art streams, our live art streams, where I go over student submissions and try to give feedback the best as I possibly can. So if you want to be a student, you can find a link to an art school program, my art school program, down in the description below. And you'll find out all about the program. But essentially, if you're students, you can come every single week for a year or more if you want, and submit your art, submit your assignments, your personal art, your questions. As long as the feedback that you want, or as long as the answers that you're seeking can relate to what we see in the program, it's all welcome. And there's no skill requirement whatsoever. It's great for beginners, great for more experienced artists. We have students that are across the spectrum. So some are just starting, some are actual working professionals, and so anywhere in between. It's a big 2-year program, so covers quite a lot of ground. And there you go. So this is what we have here. This is what we have on the menu today. So those are all the submissions for this week. So let's get through them all. Starting with Coco here from Stanton. Let's do this. You're up on the chopping block. What's up? So it took me a long way to finally finish my first splash art, but I'm more than happy with the final results. I'm so excited to share it with you and to hear your feedback on the whole splash art. Thank you in advance and have an amazing week. Well, have an amazing week you too. And this thing has come a long way, man. That was the original that we saw a few weeks ago. Some progress. The colors work a lot better here. So nice complementary colors that we have going on. A little bit of purple, a little bit of green, complementing each other nicely. Your green's not too saturated, so it's not too overpowering. The yellow and the purple here, you see higher saturation, so very nice. Good composition. So it's gonna be like small stuff in here, honestly. So I guess like initially, like the first thing that I'm noticing here would be these spheres here. Maybe it's a reference to something that I don't know. Maybe it's a reference to something. I'm not too sure. Is that like what her gun's shooting? It looks cool, and I like what it adds to the image. I'm just not too sure like what it actually is. Is it like a portal? Is it like a big energy ball? And if it is an energy thing, right here, since it's really, really close to the camera, you could probably increase the brightness a little bit, like the glow. Go and do overlay maybe. Not too much, I don't want that to steal the attention, but portals, there we go. Let's see. I see. Be cool. How could that? A good way to cheat, to make that very obvious, is you have one that's orange, right? Just like the game Portal. Because I'm sure a lot of people will click right away if that's the case. But then they might think, is that like a fan art of the game or something? So if not orange, maybe like seeing something through it. It's like a different world, if anything. I don't know, maybe it's her that's teleporting like from here to here. In that case, it's kind of the same world, but you know, like imagine if you had like a, I don't know, like a part like a desert in there, like a, I don't know, like a clear door to something else where we can see through it. That might help to sell it a little better. Yeah, I hear you. Like when I was adding a little bit of glow here, it does look a little too intense. So not too much, but maybe if it were with hard light, so like so that the light is a little bit more diffused, a little bit more opaque, not yellow, but if more like glare, you know, like something like that, kind of like bleeding light towards her. As long as it's not concentrated. So what you want to avoid, of course, is to have like anchor points for your eyes to anchor themselves on stuff that's not important. You want the eyes to anchor itself here around the focal point. Very important. For anything else, you want it to be more like a fluid thing where there's no clear points of anchor, like more like lines and curves and stuff like that that the eye is not necessarily going to stick on. So maybe something a little bit more diffuse might work. Make it seem like it's more magical. And then. But yeah, nice lighting in the back here. Get a little bit of rim light from this thing there. Maybe you could have a little bit more of the light effect on this side of her body. You know, like you get the rim light from back there. Let me change back to normal. You get the rim light from that portal in the back here. Nice. That looks nice. Maybe could even add a little bit more. It would also help this leg here kind of stand out against the background a little bit more. Maybe the head too here. Any way that you can find to highlight the silhouette of your character so that she doesn't get lost in the background. Always nice. Usually, like I would advise against using a like pure black for something that's in the background. Usually, you know, you'll want to try and have a higher contrast for your characters in the foreground. So, you know, go to full whites and then go to full black. Not necessarily, but you know, have the most contrast in the foreground. And as you go back in the scene, you clip that black a little bit more, so it's more like a darker gray instead. And this way, it's going to really make it seem like it's further back. So maybe that, but you know, in here, since you can play with the lights and add some rim lights here, that helps to split to make the character pop from the background, because that's the whole point, really. Maybe that would be enough. The stuff here on the hair, that looks really nice. The hair looks really good. Look at that. Nice. Yeah, so like I was saying, a little bit of maybe like blue lights on that side of her body. Maybe a little bit on the top of the legs here. Yeah, maybe a little bit on the gun, just to show that this is metallic and very reflective, like reflecting all that bright light. All the corners usually will reflect more light, so we can always make the corners glow a little bit more. Yeah, I would tone down the back, the darkness in the background. I would definitely tone that down a little bit. Maybe instead of black, like go towards a more like the saturated green yellow. But that's not too dark. Dark clearly, but like maybe like this dark, right? So it's not pure black. It's just slightly above. Like what is that? 90%, 80. Yeah, 80% black. 20% black rather. Or 20% light, or whatever. You get what I mean. Because then it might feel like there's more air behind her. Feels more deep, get more depth in the painting. And you could use that also to kind of unify the colors so that, yeah, it's kind of mostly this saturated bluish green in the back. And since she's using a little bit more of those darker blacks here, then she's gonna pop out rather a lot more as a result. So you could go a little darker, you know, in your like your darkest areas here, like where no light would be able to escape, like in between these things here, armpits, like under the neck maybe a little bit. Just increasing the contrast a little bit more on her and reducing it for the stuff in the background. I mean, I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you. You know, any of those I think could help make it even more wow, more splashy. But really cool stuff, Coco. Yeah, I mean, even the design, you know, much better, yeah, did a really good job here. Hope that helps. Moving on to the next one. Gaily. Oh no, the tower's gone in the smog. I hope you've had a good week too. I sure have. So I've been working on shading the that's the name now, the Ethereum Palace this week. Not yet finished, but I would like to know what you think of it so far. I'm currently working on shading the bell towers. As you can see, I tried to use some colors to make it a bit more interesting. If you have any advice on how to improve on this, I'd love to hear it. I'm sure I can come up with something. All right. Ooh, yeah, the shading, the shadows rather, starting to get real nice. Got a little bit of cast shadow there. Very nice. So for this one, it's just since it's the first one I'm noticing, but you know, with the shadow, you can usually tell the angle of the sun, the angle of the light, just by like having them touch here. So like if you can connect the dots right there, so this one to that one, that would indicate the direction of the sun. So it'd be, you know, be coming from that direction essentially. Yeah, it's about right. I was gonna say maybe it's a little low on maybe the angle is a little bit low, but it kind of makes sense seeing this thing up here. Yeah, no, never mind. So more of a sunset, like late in the day or early in the morning kind of light setup. That works. So I'm just noticing here one shadow that you're missing, and that is the one from the bridge there. Hold on, I'm starting to see like, what is this? Aha, fixed. That was just my green screen not being lit properly. Yeah, the bridge here would also cast shadow on that wall. Unless the bridge kind of stops and then there's like a gap to the door, which I don't think that was what you wanted to do. A little bit of a shadow there, and then from here, I think it's the most fun part, adding a little bit of ambient occlusion. So I mentioned that in the first light and color theory class. I think that was the one. Essentially, whenever you have a corner like a concave corner, like not something like this, like the corner of a box, that nothing happens then. But when you have a corner, like in the corner of your room, for example, where the walls meet the floor, for example, a lot of examples, in my sentence. But you can add a little bit of or reduce the light. So there's like a loss of light in here. So I think you added some of it, right? So I think you'll know what I'm talking about because I think you did it a little bit. But the idea is that the closer you are to the corner, the more intense that effect is going to be, the more pronounced. And as you get away from the corner, then it kind of fades until it's not visible anymore. But in here, like if you went and added a little bit more, it just makes everything feel grounded. It looks more 3D, looks more real. Do I have pressure on here? Oh, there I do. So let's try it for like just this corner here, real quick. In between the stairs too, like you would get some here. And again, like you go real soft at first, kind of a broad brush stroke, and then you get it smaller when you focus more on the actual corner. This usually gives a really, really nice effect. And here too, we have a corner. Just notice like something strange there, like not a big deal, but oh, what's going on there? Dun, 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 dun. I think this to work better, you could continue that stairs behind that section, and then have this stair overlap it. I'm trying to not have you redo too much work here. I think we could cheat a little bit and kind of that's not gonna work 100%, right? Because because now this line is not following the same vanishing line as the other ones. But either that, either you just kind of nudge it a little bit so that this thing looks like it's kind of not impeding, but sitting on top partially at least of the step, or yeah, like you just move this line here a little further out, so that yeah, it does the same thing, and then you don't have to touch that line at all. Kind of just having that whole section stick out just a little bit more. Or you add like a rock in front of it and then you hide the problem solved. Like if you have like some little debris here, now you can see the problem, it's gone. But anyways, back to the ambient occlusion pass here. So have one here in the corner once again, and yeah, only focusing on the concave corners, not that one here, nothing to add there, just that one here and here at the base of the wall. When you have more than one plane coming together, like a legit corner like this here, then you get even more darkness because the light bounces around even more. Every time the light bounces, it gets absorbed a little bit, so it loses its intensity, and the result is just less light that we can see, so more darkness. Like that's too much, what I'm adding right now is definitely too much, more than reality, but you can always tone it down. That's why I have it on a separate layer, and you can always tone that down later, or not, because sometimes it looks kind of cool. It could look like also like a little bit of a ambient occlusion and dirt, like the two together. But yeah, so adding that in every corner, there's really nothing else to think about when you do it. It's just you find a corner, you add a little bit of it. Also keeping in mind that this effect, just like with everything else with depth, just diminishes in contrast, and so here it might look pretty dark, but in the back there, like you won't notice it as much. It'll be a lot more subdued, like up here. Don't want to add too much there because it's far. Yeah, so same idea here. Like this is a problem. Oh no, what's going on? mind illusion. But yeah, just like a little mouse here taking a dump or something, or some some bushes, some grass or whatever. Problem solved. So that's that. So I would definitely do that. It would look a lot nicer, and it's kind of easy to do. And I don't know, like personally, I think it's super fun. But it would definitely push it towards that a little bit more realism. And like you would have a lot, like that effect would also be seen like underneath here, you know, underneath the bell tower, where the light bounces around a lot of stuff. Again, whenever the light bounces a lot, it loses intensity. That results as a shadow. So you can have a little bit of shadow up here, that kind of stuff, or back there. Imagine that it enters this tunnel, boing, 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 boing. And the further in that it goes, the less intense the light becomes. Now, about this here, I would advise against this color for light. So instead, like it looks more like an opaque color that you used. Maybe not, but that's what it looks like. So like when adding a light, always use either hard light, very light, like a very light color for hard light, or overlay. Overlay, when your image is not too dark, usually works quite well. So like a super light yellow on the right layer always helps. You know, that kind of stuff. That adds a lot of brightness kind of easily, and then it keeps your details too. Yeah, so another way that you could do that instead is you could make that whole thing a little bit more blue, like the color of the sky. More like you should start with the color of the sky. That would be easier. And one thing to keep in mind with light is that you know, brightness, like how bright something is always relative. So if everything is bright in your scene, you know, the brightest thing won't seem that bright in comparison if everything else is very bright too, but it will look very bright if everything else is dark, right? So if you want to make like your wall facade appear like it's being hit by the sun, like a really bright sun, you might want to darken the sky. So it's kind of like a maybe counterintuitive thing, but that works really well. So my selection doesn't, however. What is this? All right, so let's try something here. Making the sky a little darker. And another thing to keep in mind, I mean, this is like not related to perspective at all, but just, you know, general knowledge. When you look at the horizon, the sky is always going to be lighter, and when you look straight up, you're looking through less atmosphere, you know, because it's not at an angle. So you're looking directly through the atmosphere, and the result is that you get to see space a little bit more. There's less of that ozone sheet that you have to look through, and so the sky usually will be a little darker up there. So you could maybe go like this dark, and then the building itself, just a lighter blue, slightly warmer blue. Like I'm destroying all your details here, but disregard that. A little darker than that. I mean, there's no shadows too, so that's something that doesn't really help. help right now, but let's say we add a little bit of shadow here. So maybe something like that, a little lighter. Let's further back. That's your shadow. You know, so like roughly, I mean, you can do a much better job than that probably, but the base here is a little closer to the actual wall color, and it gets bluer as it gets higher. Like that makes it seem a little bit more like it's further back. Let me try to find like one example of that. Distant mountains. Distant antennas. That's not how you spell mountains. Really, maybe that's the, yeah, like this exactly. Can I see the damn image? There we go. So, you know, in the foreground, darker, and then blue, 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 all the way to the sky color, essentially. So, and I would keep the warmth, like the warmer colors for the stuff in the foreground, like your walls. So with distance, usually the color tends to get bluer, especially if the sky is blue, and up close, warmer colors. So maybe like the wall here could be a little warmer than that, especially since the sun is quite low in the horizon. So maybe a little bit more very like orangish hue. I'm gonna apply that to the wall though. And then back here, slightly less warm. A little bit lighter yellow. Yeah, again, just a bunch of ideas. Kind of badly implemented, but hopefully you get what I'm talking about here. So ambient occlusion in the corners, and then for the background, trying to not do that, right? So making sure that the different planes in the environments are clear, and that they don't blend together too much. Like the sky is way further back, and so it would have its own distinct color, distinct like everything. And then the tower itself is much closer to us, and so it would also have a different, you know, different properties. And try not to have something that overlaps both of them kind of equally. Otherwise, it looks more like a cloud, like a yellow cloud kind of in front of everything. And then sometimes to make things look more bright or appear like the light intensity is more intense. Light intensity is more intense. Darkening some areas help with that, so that you increase the contrast and makes it more striking. So darker sky, and yeah, just darker sky. It's gonna make your highlights here appear a lot brighter in contrast. Well, that helps. Moving on. Two, center. Hope your week was good. Yes. Hope yours was good too. I finished watching the upper anatomy class, so I've practiced drawing some hands from reference. Let me know what you think about them. Right on. Will do. So, references down here, hand drawings up there. Very good references. You know, that kind of stuff you'll use a lot. So I always try to bring this up now. Excuse me. The references that you use, make sure that you use references that, and this doesn't apply to you, like you did a good job here, just in general, for others. Use references that you will be using in the future, you know? So let's say you like to draw characters, and your character is always in like cool fighting poses. So it would make sense for you to look at a lot of like fists, like a lot of references for fists. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe hands that are open, like to slap. Maybe like yeah, like hands in like attack mode, like coming towards us. You know, those kinds of references would be very relevant to you. Not only good practice, but also it's stuff that you're more likely to go back. You know, let's say it's stuff that you put in your visual library. Imagine like a big library full of stuff that you can revisit later. The books that get a lot of that get a lot of attention, like those references that you'll go back in and like, oh yeah, I need to use that. Oh yeah, that one's good too. Those will stick long term. And the other ones, you know, hands that maybe like, let's say you draw like a hand like that's like this, you know, like what is this? I don't know, but that would be a reference. You know, it's a hand reference, so it's a practice, but you'll never use that pose ever. And so it's one of those books that will be full of cobwebs and spider webs, and eventually it'll just, you know, kind of just fade from memory and disappear. And it's one of those references that is not as valuable. So everybody should always use references that you feel you might eventually use in your art at some point. Don't go for like difficulty. Go for stuff that you'll use. Anyways, with that said, those are great. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of characters that you'll draw will have hands like this, kind of like relaxed pose. You know, if you're just drawing like a character just standing, open hands, very useful just to get used to proportions. Hand like this, the character is just like hanging or standing on something. Very, very useful poses here. This one, maybe not as much, unless you have characters that draw stuff, like you draw characters that are drawing. Sure. Yeah, just something to keep in mind. Now, what you did here is really good. So the very nice line quality. Yeah, you did a good job like spotting the details that are important and then kind of just letting go of those that are not as important. That one here especially looks really, really good. That too is like a lot of stuff, you know, like a lot of folds in here. But the one that you isolated worked quite well. Like that one here, that's a very important one to have. The one that goes from the other side here, the index finger, all the way to the top of the top of the thumb. Very important line. The main issue that I see here, it's not a big issue, it's not a big problem. It'll have to do with proportions, like the length of the fingers or the length of the palm. So usually the palm, at least seen from this angle, is always a little bit longer than the fingers themselves. Not always, like everybody's got different hands, but usually, generally speaking, the palm will be slightly longer than the fingers seen from that side. You know, you can kind of tell here that distance is longer than the finger. So just something to keep in mind. And for the other ones here, it's the opposite problem. So fingers maybe not long enough. Like these here, especially with the knuckles, like the knuckles it would be right there. You know, if you were to look at the palm of your hand, they're not visible. So that's why it looks like the fingers are a little shorter from this angle, and they look longer from the top of the hand because you can see the knuckles. So that's the main difference here. So here, these fingers, I think, could just be a little longer, not too much more, just a little bit more. The thumb looks good, maybe a little fat, but yeah. And then be very mindful of this, what happens here. That's a huge detail. It's like the knees. It's like your elbows. You know, if the elbows look kind of wacky, if the knees look bad, it kind of ruins everything. Not saying that it ruins it in this case here, but you could, you know, could finesse that line just a little bit more. Right? Like this nice slope in here, and then all the way to the bone. And same here. So it's not just like wrist and then hand is like a little bit of it's like a transition period that's very important to get right. You did really well in the other ones. That one is not bad at all. Like I said, just be mindful of that. Like the bump here, it's pretty significant. You know, it's a significant detail. And yeah, looking at just again the proportion, maybe the palm here, since your hand's a little bit bigger, I think could go a little higher, just to make sure that we have this enough length there. In here too, fingers a little shorter, like the thumb a little shorter. I mean, it kind of works because they're all shorter, so it just looks like a smaller hand, like a more stubby hand. Nothing wrong with that, as long as it's all in proportion with each other. So here it doesn't really bother me. Maybe the finger's a little small compared to the thickness here of the thumb. That's like a really big muscle for your thumb for the length of it. So maybe making them a little longer, or simply just making the hand itself a little narrower. Problem solved. But yeah, overall, Cassandra did a really good job here. Just small proportion issues, but it's completely normal. If anything, I'm just impressed how good these are. So, well done. Moving on to, where's my chat box? There we go. Moving on to Arun. What's up, Justin? It's been a while. Bruno's guts. Sorry, I had another window open. Let me catch up on the chat here. Joe asking, is that true for gesture drawing too? Is there that much value in doing gesture drawings with all the goofy poses that... Very true for that too. So, you know, we'll always learn more. We always learn better when there's a need for the knowledge, right? Always think of it as like a gap, or like a well to fill. And if there's nothing to fill, like you can just splash the water and it's just gonna be there, you know. That's not a good example, but yeah, think of it as something that you are way more likely to memorize if there's an actual need for it. So if you're looking at poses and subconsciously you're looking at the pose and it's like a goofy pose and you're like, I'm never gonna use that ever, you know, this pose just looks silly to me. Your brain also thinks the same way. It's like, I'm not saving this. This is gonna go straight to the trash can. I don't need this information. And so you might get other stuff out of it, you know, like you're looking at proportions, that kind of stuff. So it's never a waste, but it's going to be way less useful to you long term, and you're way more likely to just forget a good chunk of that exercise if the pose doesn't seem like something that you would use in the future. So yeah, references in all kinds of scenarios, it applies the same way. So if the information has more use for you in the future, you'll retain it more. And yeah, you can apply that to anything. So I have been great. Hope you've been good as well. So I was a bit on my last class, so I had to tap one out, sadly. So I hope you're doing better now. I'm back with a sketch-ish setup of a kind of event art piece of a fairy character. Her design is set as it's more realistic, a more realistic version of a previously created Winx style transformation. The idea of this image is to have an intriguing mystical fantasy setting with the girl portraying a light in the dark, kind of the visual of hope and braveness. So I was wondering how'd you go about creating that feel, because I'm kind of stuck and the light and dark setting seems a bit unoriginal. Maybe I should add some strange bounce lights, and of course anything else you notice. Tips are always welcome. Right on. Alright, I like the design a lot. So, you know, those kinds of paintings, it's it's been done before, so there's not that it's a bad thing, you know, but there are kind of examples that we can pull from. I don't have one in mind per se, but I have kind of just a visual for it that I already see that could work. But it's the same almost as like a warm light in a cool night. It always feels like imagine like a fire, you know, like a fire at night. It's always kind of like this warm, cozy place among coolness, among like dark coolness, discomfort. So what's not as cozy is using a blue light for that, like what you're doing here, because blue light, you know, is the equivalent of the night, like the moonlight. It's cold, it's unwelcoming, it's not cozy. So if anything, I would maybe just change the color a little bit, so that it's more like a beacon of light in the darkness. I mean, I did like I can show you a painting that I did. The painting for the final class of the program, that was that textbook, you know, really. There, that one. So cool everywhere, and then the warm light, and so the eyes focus on that because it's in nature. That's what you would do, you know, like you look for the warmth, you look for the, like I'm talking about, like our primitive selves. We look for that, we seek for that. We're wired to look at that when we find it, because that means life. So warm light in the cold darkness always works nice. Imagine you had something like this, like suddenly it's like, ooh, oh yeah, I wanna hang out next to her. That magic looks like it's quite cozy. Or kind of like a tavern, you know, like you're walking at night, like this cold night, the cold blue streets, and then you see the tavern, you open, like warm light, fire, and everything's like, makes you feel good. So yeah, I mean, you could still, I don't know, maybe you could pull it off, still like having the blue here, mostly blue, but with a warm glow. I don't know, that doesn't make much sense, but it could be then, if it's not gonna be the glow itself, it could be, Jesus, kind of car is that? Sounds like it's dying. Maybe it could be the bounce against her blonde hair. Maybe there could be another way to make it warmer. So in this case, like the hair would be the beacon of light. A lot of glow around it, like it's making her hair glow or something. Maybe that could work too. Like the two together. So yeah, but when you're playing with few elements, you know, there's just so much that you can do. If everything is black and you want it to look cozy and appealing and just help guide the eyes to that, you'll want the warmth, you'll want the yellow. There's no real way around that, unless you do a bunch of other shenanigans, like maybe like the hair is glowing or something. Like the hair could glow yellow, that could be something. But then the focus is not going to be on that as much. But if it's not that, you know, if you're open to having maybe a background in there, the idea is that you want to make the focal point kind of like this oasis amongst other stuff that's similar. And like an oasis will stand out because you have the desert, just sand everywhere, and then you have this lush area. I mean, the sand is yellow, right? It's warm. Then the oasis is a little bit more like blue. You get water, you get the foliage. So by itself, it's cool amongst a sea of warmth, but it's a welcome cool. So like when everything else is overwhelming, it's always nice to have that little bit of coolness. So you can think of it that way too. So I mean, everything in the scene could be like just fire everywhere. I don't know, maybe it doesn't fit this character or whatever, but imagine, you know, like let's say a different scenario where there's fire everywhere, and she's the one that's holding the ice cube or like the ice magic that can help save, or that can make things more comfortable. In that case, that would work too. So you have to find kind of like that balance. Personally, I would just try to maybe tweak the blue so that it's maybe a little bit more like cyan, and then have a warmer glow, maybe not yellow, but like, you know, greenish yellow. So that's still kind of like this warm glow. That would probably be the easiest. But yeah, orange glow in a cool background always works. It's like textbook. That would be kind of like my go-to. Anyways, that helps. Because that looks really nice. I love the lighting in here. You could definitely push that some more, though. Like if this is really bright, I don't know how bright it is, but if it's really bright, if it's the only thing that's lighting things up, yeah, you probably have maybe a little bit more light in front of the arm, you know, where the front of the arm, like the bicep, might be facing that a little bit more directly, and so it'll receive more of that light. That could be another thing maybe that you could do. It's just the highlights are going to be warmer. Let's try that. You know, so kind of like that kind of stuff here. The face, the nose, cheeks getting that light. The hair again, getting that yellow light. Even though the light's not yellow, you know, you're the artist, you do whatever you want. you can cheat a little bit for the greater good. Yeah, so it could be something like that maybe. And then her skin, instead of turning to a cool color so quickly, maybe there's a little bit more of a warmer transition where you go a little bit more saturated. And then it turns to the saturated color in the back here. All of those things could help in different ways. So a few options here. That helps. But the character herself, real quick. Just something in her face. Like this portion, like the nose and the mouth feels a little too forward. So I would just push that back just a bit more. Because otherwise, yeah, her nose looks very long and straight, which is a more masculine trait, you know, like this here. So if you push it back, it'll just appear shorter. Wrong one here. You know, just nudging that back a little bit more here already makes her look a little cuter, and then you can just shape a little bit of that jaw. Yeah, other than that, really nice, very nice. What else? Moving on to Preston. What's up, Preston? So I hope your week went well, unlike mine. I didn't get much work done, and so I'll be asking more general questions this week rather than having my work critique. Yep, that's always an option. So if you don't have anything to show, you can always ask questions. That's always welcome too. Unfortunately, I misread the due date for the SpongeBob contest and did not complete my last piece in time. I did learn a few things from the contest, so that is a plus. One thing I want to say about that, you know, if you're like, you know, let's say you do a piece and you're not necessarily like satisfied with it, or let's say you were working towards something and then in your case, like you missed the deadline or whatever. It was a story that I heard. What was it? Who said that? I don't know. It's like I've heard it from somebody that's heard it from somebody else. Whatever. You know, it got not lost in translation, but the exact terms probably not the right ones. But essentially, it goes like you. Maybe it was a school that did that. Anyways, I forget the context, but I think it was maybe like a teacher that told the students to work really hard on a painting, like just work all day on it, or maybe like all week on it, all month on it, and then like make it your best painting ever. And I'm completely butchering the story, I'm, you know, whatever, but and so the students worked really hard. They you know, they did their best, the absolute best. It was gonna be like their best painting ever. And then once they were done, teacher just, you know, brought them all outside and then took the paintings and just burned them all. And then the lesson here being that the work on the skills that worked on you is what really matters, not the result. The result, you can always recreate it now that you have the skills for it. And so think of it this way. I think it always helps, you know, if you do like a painting that you're not super happy about, or maybe, yeah, you miss a deadline for whatever reason. What's more important here is not the result, it's the practice that you got out of it. And always think of it this way, like you're the one that matters in here. It's not what you create that matters, it's you. You're the one that's drawing. You're the one that accumulates that knowledge. Anyway, so story, but I think the what's the word? Not the lesson, but the whatever. Yeah, the lesson is good. Don't worry too much about the art itself. Worry about yourself. So what did I work? So what I did work on was the samurai painting. I focused on values and the pose of the character, but I think the face lacks appeal. I think that the eyes and nose look a little stiff, a little off, excuse me, and it's a weird in between stage of stylized and realistic. Any suggestions on how to improve that? Yeah, the moral, there we go. It doesn't help to tell stories with my broken ass English, but hopefully you got the gist of it. Same idea, you know, if you're working on something and then the computer crashes, and you're like, ugh, I just lost 5 hours of work. You didn't. You did not. You lost your painting, but you didn't lose those 5 hours. You still practiced for 5 hours. That's a long time. So that's what matters. So how to fix the appeal, the lack of appeal, you mean? I mean, I don't know. I think it looks quite good. If anything, like your reference is the problem. Like this is a boring reference. It's a good reference for certain things, but definitely not for lighting, you know, or for shading. It's pretty flat. The lighting is kind of boring on it. Yeah, considering like your version is way more dramatic, looks way nicer, I think. In here though, like what you would get out of this is the pose, the proportions, a little bit of the anatomy, the clothes, the folds, that kind of stuff. But also just a big kind of just more again, like primitive thing, just like something in our DNA. It's just when something is all the same color, it's just not as appealing. We like that contrast. We like it's always good also for the eyes to help focus on something. So let's say you have the same idea with the desert that I was talking to Cassandra about here. So in this case, it's more like the desert, but we don't have the oasis, and there's no coolness in the colors anywhere. And So it feels very overwhelmingly red, overwhelmingly warm. Just a matter of having a little bit of coolness in here. Maybe it's the light, maybe it's the outfit that's bluer, maybe the hair is a little bit more blue, maybe the blue eyes, you know, whatever. So many ways that you could do that, but maybe just the light that's lighting him up here. A little bit of purple would complement this really nice. And just like colors have such a strong effect on the overall appeal of a piece. It cannot be understated. And so yeah, when you look at your piece and you're like, it's not as appealing as I would like it. Do you have enough contrast between cool and warm colors? Do you have a good color harmony, something that's interesting? Like in this case, monochrome, not as interesting. You don't have as much contrast. Remember, contrast is what makes it interesting. Contrast, any kind of contrast. Contrast in light versus like in values, contrast in saturation, contrast in different kinds of colors, contrast again, yeah, like warm and warmth and cool colors, contrast in amount of details. So maybe you have an area that has a lot of details, other areas that don't. You want to have that contrast. You don't want it to all be the same. So yeah, it can be any of those. So you can kind of run, you know, in your mind. If it's not appealing, you're like, which contrast am I missing? What contrast can I add? And in this case, color would be like a really obvious one. Maybe he's outside. Maybe it's like maybe he's facing like a warm room, and then in the back is like this blue night. Not this blue night, this blue moon. So everything that's behind here is gonna get a little bit of that blue, but the front's gonna be nice and warm. So already, you know, it's more interesting, and it's just a little bit of blue. It's really not much, but you kind of go through the different types of contrast this way. It's just that this one here, the color would probably be the most obvious. But in between stage between realistic and stylized. I mean, yeah, realism is hard, right? So it's just with practice, it comes easier, but it's hard. It's hard to draw, to copy what you see one to one. If that's what you're going for, yeah, it's just going to be just a lot more studies. You know, there's really no way around it. You just gotta get a really good visual library for that kind of stuff. Depending on your experience, you might be fighting against yourself a little bit. So if you've drawn without really thinking about fundamentals for a long time, then maybe you've come to think that what you have in your head is correct. Like you almost like fooling yourself, and it's not like, I'm not talking to you in particular, but not talking about you in particular, but that just happens, you know. Like if you draw something a lot without always looking at references, you start to think that's what it should look like, and then you kind of have to break that by looking at a ton more references, doing a lot of studies, like piece by piece. This is a full character. It's not like a small task. So starting with the face, proportions here are a little different. You know, the eyes here are a little bigger, the head's a little bit taller, the hairline's a little bit, the perspective is slightly different of everything here. The ears should be a little bit further back. So just like, you know, it's small proportion stuff, but those small differences add up to something that looks quite different. It looks good though, but different. Well, all right. Well, then if you don't want realism, then you're good. then that's fine. So you want it to be more stylized, then? Is that what you mean? Yeah. So you know, like style that's going to be there's like the long way and the short way. So for style, you can just do a lot of practice from real references like this, and eventually you'll develop like your own taste. You'll be like, okay, when I draw eyes, I like when they're not like that. I like when they're a little bit more like that instead. And You do that for every part of the body, every detail, and that takes a long while, and like it just takes a lot of practice. Or the short way is that you just look at how other artists are doing it, and then you kind of steal how they simplify their stuff. You don't steal the whole thing, obviously, but let's say you like how somebody does the nose, like how they simplify the nose. Then you can take that. Oh, I'm gonna borrow that now. I'm gonna draw my noses in a similar way because I like that. And then you can look at another artist, how they treat their eyes. Maybe, oh, that's just like a few lines. That looks good to me. Maybe I'll borrow that from this artist. And then, you know, every artist does exactly the same anyways. And so it's not like, you know, it's not like you're any different by doing that. And so, yeah, look at how other artists simplify their stuff. Look at the reality so that its construction is solid, the fundamentals are solid. But I would say don't expect to come up with your style on your own. I don't think anybody does that. It's going to be a lot more just looking at a bunch of other artists and kind of cherry picking what you like from each and assembling all of that into what's gonna end up being your own style. So last question, I think that I want to do some more general practice. I mean, and some style explore. I should have read that first, right? I think I'm skilled enough to hone in on the style that I want. Do you think this is worth the time and effort, or should I continue with new character designs for my portfolio and progress with what I already have? Yeah, so kind of in line with what I was just saying, but it depends on your goal too. You know, if the portfolio is kind of more urgent, I would focus on that. But if you're more, like if that's not an immediate urgency, and then work on your style, work on something that you've work on developing that style so that your portfolio will be in the style that you like. And let's say you get hired for stuff that people have seen in your portfolio, then you'll be happy to do what they want because that's the style that you also like. You know, what you should not do is work on a style that you don't like as much just so that you can build up your portfolio, because then people will associate that with that's you, that's your art, that's what you do. All right, I want that maybe, and then and you'll be stuck doing something that you don't like as much maybe. So yeah, studying different artists, very good for style. A bunch of different artists, looking at how they simplify things, looking at how they treat different things in art, how they treat their folds. Maybe they add more details, maybe they add fewer details. Seeing everything that's out there and kind of inspiring yourself from those different things. And I hope that makes sense. But yeah, that one looks good. I would definitely polish it up a bit more. Play around with the colors so that it's not so much of a like monochrome color palette. And work maybe on pushing some of those values, like in the down here, right? The armpit, you could go a little darker. Again, that's more contrast. That's exactly what this is. You get a little bit more depth this way. Makes it a little bit more interesting, more detail, more to look at. That plus the colors, because the structure is very nice. So maybe making like the ear could be pushed back a little bit, like the side of the head could be a little bit longer, more like the reference, but and like the neck here going all the way back. But that aside, colors, values. And it's gonna be a nice drawing. Moving on. Alright, so okay, now I hope you also had a good week, and so a lot of things to show you this week. Don't be sorry. The more the better. Well, that's not true. Not too much, because then I won't have that much time to spend on each, but that's good. More work. That's what I like to see. So you can quickly go over the cast shadow exercise if I followed your instruction, normally I didn't make a mistake. I would like your opinion on the harmony of the colors and on the skin that I did in order to make the exercise of anatomy, drop shadow, harmony of the colors and gesture. Right on. So I'm guessing this is it. Skinned. Ah, I see. As in, they don't. Oh boy. Oh snap. All right, so they're losing all their skin. Nice. Okay, let's take a look at this quickly. So so that corner here, that should be the corner of the shadow too. So I think it's just a slight issue with this one. So maybe it would be more like that. Okay, I'm gonna have to reconstruct it again to be sure. But yeah, that corner here, like this stuff there, that's what we're gonna see on the ground. And so the corner lands here, and the sun continues, like the sun ray continues, boom, boom, boom. It can reach all this, all the way up here, all the way down there, rather, and not be blocked by the box. But here, if it tried to change the angle slightly and try to light up this area, it couldn't because the corner would be blocking the light. So just something to double check here. Yeah, that looks good. I think that one's fine. First one looks good too. This one here. Yeah, I think that one's. You nailed it for this. These other two. But this corner here, double check that. All right, color harmony time. Oh, very nice drawing. All right, so the first one here, more of a more of an analogous color palette. Well, all the colors are very close in the chromatic circle here, kind of focused around this area, and a splash of warmth in the skin. Yeah, color-wise, I don't think there's any problem here. I think what would be nice would be to vary the value a bit, so that you have maybe like some colors that are a little bit darker, some colors that are brighter, especially when those colors are similar, like when they're really close in the chromatic circle, aka like this one here and that one there. That's usually when you want to, if not with the hue, tweak the values. So maybe it's the shirt here that's a little darker. So I'm not going to change the colors at all. We're going to keep the same colors, just making that a little darker. And then like the back, like the stuff in the back here could be also even darker than that, because then the shirt works a little bit better with the I'm guessing it's the shirt, like that thing around her waist, and that works better with the pants now, but not so well with the gun in the back, because then it's almost the same color. You know, you could do that too. That would work as well. So it's still an analogous color. It works with the other ones. It's not, you know, too far in the chromatic circle. It's a green still, but then it wouldn't clash with the background. And if anything, you get almost like a little bit of a complementary color there, because, you know, this almost reads as purple now against the yellow. So maybe something like that. You know, it pops more. I don't know if it needs to pop, but there you go. It's a different color, so maybe. Otherwise, it looks great. That one too, in the middle, looks very good. Yeah, it's probably my favorite one. This one here, The only thing I don't like is just like this is the bane of my existence. That this damn pukey green. I hate it. But if you just, you know, you always try to avoid adding black to yellow. Yellow is the only one that doesn't really mix nicely with black. It makes a horrible color all the time. Any other color that you add black to, it's just gonna darken the color. It looks great. Yellow doesn't work. It's the only one. So I would maybe just warm it up or cool it down a lot. So either you go like legit green, like lime green, like something like that. That would be much nicer. Maybe a little too intense, but yeah, like a more lime green or just more yellow. So add a little bit of red instead, like a darker orange. Not the cutest color, but it's still better than pukey green. Like that would work better. No problem with this color here. That's nice. With the blue, you got a nice, kind of little triady pink, yellow, and blue. Looks good. Looks really good. And more importantly, your focal point's always very, very nice. There's no question, you know, where the eyes should focus. It's always around the head. It's just everything is just more interesting around here. The colors pop a little bit more. There's more contrast. So you did really good in kind of laying out your colors. One thing with the one in the middle here, I said it's my favorite one, but maybe the red could be toned down a bit down there. So color-wise, it's good. You know, no problem with having red there, but maybe like desaturating it a little bit so that it doesn't scream as loudly. Maybe like a red. It's more like that. It would fit a little bit better next to a blue. And then you can keep the really saturated red for like around the face, because that's where you want the attention to be anyways. So it's good if it screams loudly. Nice colors. Very good, very nice to look at. Are they overalls? Maybe it's like the inside of the overalls that's a different color. Yeah, maybe that's what it is, huh? The inside of it. Yeah, in that case, if that's right, then probably having that yellow would make no sense. I thought it was more like a jacket that she's got like attached around her waist, but yeah, I think Curtis makes a lot more sense than I do. It's probably just like a one piece, a bodysuit. God, it's a weird sounding car. Yeah, but even then, like for this one here, even if it's like a one piece, I would still, I don't know, like on the inside of the shirt, it's always slightly different. Maybe it's a little bit like less dye, or maybe the inside is like a little bit more padded, like a little bit more fleece-like, or I don't know, you know, maybe it's just a different lining inside. So I think it'd be cool to have a different color here, because that's a lot of blue, a lot of details, and like just one color. I kind of like here the fact that you break it up. It's kind of nice. Maybe it's this one here could be just a little darker, just to show that clearly the inside. It's not the same thing. You know, like something like that. That would probably do it. Anyways. Oh, there we go. Okay. Curtis was correct. So yeah, ignore the yellow for the inside. That would be weird. I think the first two are the most successful. Just with the colors, it's very nice to look at. I think you have a good mix of warm and cool colors. Like in here, it's it could be easily too overpowering the red, but he mixed in some nice cooler berry reds, like the saturated reds in here. Very nice touch. Also, very nice anatomy. You did really good here. The only thing I might recommend, like to add to the pose, would be the the feet and the hands, like giving them maybe like a little bit more gesture. I think that would be like an easy way to make the pose work a lot better without changing anything else. Like if the hand was, instead of being kind of like, it looks more like you didn't pose it yet, it's kind of like a doll that you haven't posed yet. So if it was just, I don't know, like, yeah, just a little bit more natural. Same thing with the feet here. Maybe if you're falling, maybe the foot, like maybe one foot here is a little higher, the other one is lower. Yeah, a little bit more gesture, I think would be nice. That one, I think, is a lot more successful in that. Like the pose just works better, not as stiff. Maybe I would add a little bit more saturation for the red back there, just a little more. I really like what you did here, like the super cool in the front and then warm in the back. That looks nice. Or maybe it's just like the skin itself could be slightly lighter color, because it looks almost the same color as the muscles right now. So I think maybe that doesn't read as well, like it's actual skin that's kind of, getting peeled off. So I think having more of a difference in color between the skin and the muscle would sell the idea better. Like maybe this is just a little lighter. Because red in the darkness is going to take up a lot more of a black color, like a black, yeah, it's going to look like black. Skin will look more like this. So yeah, so I'd probably recommend something like that, and maybe you can make that even more red so that there's even more contrast between the skin and the muscle. So then it's really clear that the skin's being all peeled off. There's a clear difference between the two. Same idea here. Like I think the skin color could be a little bit more skinny color. No, that's too much. But more like that. Like the bicep, I think was great here. Yeah, a little bit more fleshy tones to contrast the red. And this one here, I think it's just the colors. Not again, but in this case, I think it's just the colors that don't work quite as well. We don't see that warm and cool contrast just as much as the other one. So it could be maybe just warming up this side and then cooling down that side even more. So there is a difference, it's clearly warmer that side. So it works, but I think you could definitely push it some more. So maybe more of a lime green instead. Although, yeah, if it is muscles, then it wouldn't. The tricky bit here is that red under a green light turns to black. So you for that one, you'll have to kind of abstract the colors a bit more, because then it wouldn't work too well. So yeah, just maybe just warming this up a bit. More like a green man. Maybe like the muscles are green, like a monster. And then a little bit bluer here in the shadows. get more of that contrast. Warmth is cool, and the skin there could bring even more warmth by being even more flesh-like in its color. Yeah, that makes it look more like he's got like green muscles. So that's why maybe this one doesn't work as well, just because the color doesn't really make as much sense as the other two. Like the other two are way more natural for muscle colors. This one here makes it look like a green giant. So I don't know. Maybe tweak the colors, but everything else nice. Cool pose, cool. Just as cool as the other two. It's the colors that don't make as much sense. But anyways, hope that helps. Moving on to the next one by Natalia. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. I think I would push it even further by adding a little bit more shadow on that side of the face, because yeah, the light's coming from this side. From that side, there's not a whole lot of light, you know. That's why it's all dark here. So maybe you could saturate it. Maybe you could have a little bit of light, like from the sky, you know, so very, very dim, just a little bit, so that it's not like a big like dark mass. Same thing with the hair here. You could have a little bit of that blue tint in the hair. Again, from the sky. Kind of just taking that color here, adding a little bit of reflection there, just so that it's not black. So that's this color there, at least. And yeah, like I was saying here, the side of the face, maybe a little darker. To make the direction of the light a bit more obvious. It's a little bit more obvious, a little bit more clear that the light's coming this way. We could darken that eye as well. The eye is also in the shadow. But let's see here. So, hope you and your family had a good week. Thank you. Hope you as well. I corrected the guy with the coffee from last stream. Does it look better now? Already done that, and I also shaded the sketch and included my construction lines as you asked last time. So do you have any feedback on that? I have trouble figuring out the shades on the swords. I wanted to add another layer with the lights only, but didn't have time to do that yet. Lastly, how to generally tell the grayscale is done, and how can we move on to colors? Good night, Sukina. See you next week. Noisy outside today. Sorry about that. It's just too damn hot, and this house has no AC, so I don't have a choice. Gone. Okay, sketch time. Let's see. Okay, for your sketch, good to see this. To make it even more useful, I would definitely recommend that you draw those cylinders, like as well as you can, like as cylindrical as they can be. You really, like at the stage here, you really want to be able to see the volumes. Like it's super simple, but you should be able to tell each cylinder like exactly which angle is going in and like all of that. I think the structure is just a little bit lacking here. And it would help for stuff like the hand here, although like you did a good job there, but like the shoulder here, how is that arm in space? Is the elbow further back? Is it coming closer to us? Like we can't really tell from this sketch. So that's why the cylinders are nice with you know, in that sense. If it's coming towards us, then the cylinder will look something like this. We'll see the part here, we'll see like the cap of it. And if it's going away from us, then it'll be the opposite. So the shoulder will see the cap, but we won't see the tip. So I would always make sure that your construction is like that. It doesn't need to be an amazing cylinder, just something that looks cylindrical, like not a flat cylinder, not like something that's super stretched. A cylinder in the right perspective. And that is going to go a long way when drawing from my imagination in the future. Later, Laura. Have a good rest of the weekend. So yeah, that would be kind of the only thing I would change here for your process. Just a tighter construction. Especially in the limbs, like the body's fine. Jesus, man. Is everything on fire or what? Close it for a little while. Until they save all those people. What's going on? Okay, and then shades on the sword. I wanted to add another layer of lights only, but then how come to do that? Yeah. Okay, so no lights just yet. Noted. And how to generally tell that the grayscale is done. You can always tell if you have Photoshop. Excuse me. If you have Photoshop, that's way easier. You can always slap like a grader map on it. And if it doesn't look good, then you know that then the shading is not quite there yet. Actually, you shouldn't even have to do that. Like, to be honest, you should know that it's good enough when you would be happy like posting that as is on social media. Like if you finish your grayscale and you're like, nice, ship it, then that's good. Then you can move on. Obviously, you can always get better, and it will get better as you develop your skill and all that stuff. But that's usually when you can tell that you're ready to move on to the next steps. Is that you feel like your gradient, your grayscale shading is good enough to hold its own. And like another reason why I mentioned here the cylinders is that the shading, that's all it's based on, right? So you look at this leg right here, it has to be shaded like a cylinder because it's like a cylinder. And same thing with the arms, same thing with everything. The torso also. So definitely not bad here. And I don't know like which side you're going to have your lighting. It doesn't really matter. Like for the torso, if we treated that as a cylinder, then the sides here would be a little darker and the center will be a little lighter. Right? So that's super rough, obviously, but you would do the same with the legs. So the pants here, that's just a big chunky cylinder. Cylinders, just like spheres. Have really simple shading, just a little lighter in the center, darker on the edges where the light is kind of just facing away. Imagine that you're the light. You're looking at this directly and your eyes are kind of illuminating that side of the cylinder. Underneath here. Clean that up here. So like you want to shade everything this way initially, and after that, once you add the lighting, then you can worry about that later. You know, the lighting could be coming from this side, could be coming from that side, doesn't matter. The grayscale shading doesn't really need to worry about that. And so that long leg there, you can treat that as a big bendy cylinder. So the sides are gonna be a little darker, center a little bit lighter. Can I do that for everything? And then you start with the big volumes first. So the legs, the torso, the arms, the head, and then you can move on. You can kind of zoom in and do the same process again, but for the small details. So like these little bits of fur. Same idea. Sides a little darker, center a little brighter. Move on to the next. Same idea. Sides a little darker, center a little lighter. And when you treat everything this way, usually you're pretty much set to move on to the next steps. And once again, like I wouldn't worry too much about the like at this step, like when you work on the shading, I wouldn't worry about the material definition just yet. Like keep that for last. I would always recommend that you do that at the very last step, getting those different materials. So if something is shiny, if something is more matte, like a fabric, or more like a shiny skin or a shiny metal, do that last, because it really doesn't impact much the overall look of anything. It's just like it's fine tuning, and so keep that for the later stages. So when you talk about the sword, you know, that would be kind of the same idea here, like the shine on it. Like I would keep that for the last step. But for metals in general, to make something look shiny, is whenever you have a corner, you make that just a lot brighter than everything else. So here we have a corner in the center of the sword. You can just really highlight that. It looks better if it's not highlighted the same everywhere. Maybe like hits of lights. One tip here. Whatever. I think for that one, that kind of works. Yeah, so that's one corner. What other corner do you have in here? On the side here, on the inside, like that little corner might catch some lights, right? Like those little teeth. Catch some lights. And then yeah, when you have like a light source in here, you'll know better where to orient those highlights. That's why I recommend that you do that at the last step, because those highlights here might be on the opposite side depending on your light source. You just don't know yet. You don't have lights, so that's why. Just keep that for later. But that would be, you know, that kind of stuff that would look to do for metals to make it look shiny. Same thing here. If the rim of that pummel here is can make that shinier, look more like metal. It's the corners. Any corner, any convex corner, just highlight it. Yeah, like for the shoulders again, like the shoulders, if your character is super muscular, maybe not a cylinder, maybe treat it more like a big sphere. So once again, sides a little darker, center a little bit lighter. Then going into the chest can also be almost like a sphere. Sides a little darker, center a little bit lighter, you know, and then piece by piece, the character will kind of take shape, take volume. And that's like when you know, when you're really happy with it, and you feel like you can post it on its own without colors, without anything else. That's when you know you're ready to move on. Hope that makes sense, and hope that helps. Moving on to Cosmo. All right. Ooh, I love the gradient in here. Very nice. Oh boy, all right, I'll try not to fumble too much in here. Keep in mind, I suck at English, and so a lot of text means I'll be tripping over myself a lot. So what's up, Cosmo? So hope you've been well. I hope you've been well too. So I've been studying a lot of anatomy recently, especially facial anatomy, and decided to do some facial expressions for Eri, my original character. I also tried to apply some feedback from last week and had a hard time figuring out what to do with her thighs. Also noticed that my recents are very close to Evangelion sometimes. Not sure if you remember the one piece of mine with the red black star and the girl that looks like Asuka. Yeah, you're right, a little bit, yeah. Somehow it happens naturally. That's completely understandable, and like those are the kinds of things that will impact your design sense moving forward. Again, we're always inspired by stuff that we see. You know, you're born with no visual library. You have nothing in your head, and so everything that you see is stuff that's going to end up, you know, being useful for you as an artist later. If you see like a really cool design, it's gonna leave like a really big mark, and so you just gotta be aware of that, of course, so that it's not too close for comfort. But if it is too close, you can always mention that yeah, the color palette inspired by Evangelion, and then nobody's gonna bother you. That's all legit. It's maybe treat it more like as a study in that sense. Just want to be careful to not like claim it as your own, but that's all. As long as you're straightforward with it, no problem. But yeah, of course, you know, try to diversify and try to look at like different inspiration, other types of color palette that might work, to change things up a little bit. So overall though, I'm quite happy with it. So for this week, I'd like to know all about expressions. Well, mostly what expressions to include. I know it's probably sadness, anger, and all of that, but what should I do with a character that doesn't really experience these emotions because they're emotionally unavailable? I also want to ask if adding a back view is always necessary, because I would say so, but I've been holding back here because there aren't any details really. But yeah, for feedback, expressions, and tips on what would be cool, and generally just whatever stands out to you. Right on. Okay, so you're welcome, Natalia. Have a good one. See you next time. And Cosmo here. So it kind of depends. So I'm guessing you're talking about a character sheet for a portfolio, like a design sheet. It depends. You know, like different design sheets will have different uses. So sometimes you'll have more faces, more expressions for a character that needs to be more animated, like if it's like for a TV show, for example, and you know that this is going to get animated, and there's a big emphasis on communicating emotions with other characters. Then that makes a lot of sense to have a bunch of different facial features. If it's going to be like for a concept sheet for a manga that you're planning on working on, a comic, whatever it is, then yeah, just for yourself, it might be worth to have a bunch of different expressions that you can always kind of refer back to, so that it stays consistent across the whole book, the whole story. If it were for a video game, maybe like a League of Legends type of video game where you never see the facial expressions of the characters, then don't worry about that. You know, it's way better to have maybe like a back view of the character instead. That would be more worth it in that case. So yeah, it depends of the purpose of the design sheet. But yeah, if your character's always kind of neutral, then maybe you don't need the design sheet as much. Maybe you can be like pure happiness, extreme anger, and they both look the same. But yeah, in here, like yeah, kind of like what your guess, I guess, is spot on. If you don't need to show emotions, if she doesn't have that wide a range of emotions, then don't draw it. Maybe it would be better to have like a backside of the cape. Maybe not the whole character, but maybe the cape. Maybe there's something on the cape that's that's different. Maybe there's like a, I don't know, like a big sign, a big logo on the back of the cave. Maybe that'd be worth it to see that. Maybe her pose is more important. So maybe you know, when she does her magic, she has like a distinct pose that you want to communicate to the animator. Let's say somebody else would take this and turn it into like a 3D model and then animate it. Maybe you want to make sure that they don't mess it up, that they don't do something completely different. Then you would want to draw like a cool pose for your character, something that you like. This is how it should be. Yeah, back view, like I said. Facial expressions if it's warranted, but it doesn't seem like it would be here too much. Maybe that's good, you know, maybe she only gets this way when there's food next to her. Then that's fine, you know. That's interesting to know. That's useful. Other times she's more neutral. So in that case, that one would be good to keep, but the other ones maybe not necessary. Yeah, pose, back view, details, like any detail that we can see as well here. You can see things pretty well. Maybe like the shackles have a unique design that you want to like draw bigger here, like what those shackles are exactly like. This is the magic, like that would be a good one. You know, like maybe like the little rim of light in here. You could blow this up and explain it further, like have maybe like some indications here, some notes, like this is the, you know, this is what that does. So a little bit more context that way. Maybe an explanation for her power if it's not visually obvious. Like it's much better than before, but still maybe not super clear that the power is restraining, or that the shackles are restraining her power. It's a tough one to illustrate, but yeah, if the image doesn't do it, then you can always add some notes. And so yeah, a couple ideas here that you can focus on. What's up, Kevin? Yeah, well, that helps. Moving on to, you mentioned something about the legs. Like this here, maybe I would break it up into different brightness. So maybe it gets a little bit lighter, closer to the skin. Oops. Yes. I'm sorry, Photoshop. Just so we can see those details better. Just kind of like a gradation here. Can be pretty subtle. And I kind of like this pattern. Like it looks cool, you know. It's like cool shapes, cool organic shapes. Maybe you could have something. Yeah, I would have something similar somewhere else. Maybe it's on her. Maybe if it's an outfit, you know, if it's not part of her body, then maybe you could have it on the dress. As like part of the design. Maybe something similar like this, like at the bottom here. I don't know, like some weird design on the dress to match what she's got on the legs. I would have it repeated somewhere else because it kind of stands out for no reason. Or if it's part of her skin, of her actual body, then maybe the same thing happens here. You know, maybe that's what the shackle is limiting. Or maybe it's just a pattern. You know, maybe the pattern here is interesting. Maybe not the actual, maybe not the exact same thing, but maybe it's just like just in terms of like some lines that look kind of like that. So like spiky a little bit. Then like some little sticky thing here. whatever, you know, like some, that could be just a pattern on the shirt itself, maybe like lighter gray or something, or maybe a slight gradient, just like with the legs. But I would try to have that repeated somewhere if you're gonna keep it on the legs. That's it. Now I'm done. All right, moving on to Scott. Ooh, yes, there it is. The ship is finally complete, is it? What's up, Scott? So I changed things up this week and was able to make some decent progress despite my unforgiving schedule. Still struggling with the water a bit. Yay. That was good with all the, oh yeah, all the cables. Now with the sails in there. Yeah, the sails work really well. I really like how you treated kind of the values in there. Very nice. Since there's only one light source, it's pretty far. It's kind of intense. I would have a little bit more of a like cast shadow going on here. So, you know, kind of like that first sail casting a little bit of shadow on this one here. So the side of that one would be kind of as bright as the first one. That's not. That doesn't have anything in front of it. So maybe that entire sail here is a little brighter as a result. Maybe the side of that one here too. Like the mast here. Let's try that. You know, like it's coming through a little bit more, and then you can kind of see like stuff, like the shadows kind of getting stacked up. I mean, that's a tricky one. Maybe you could find like a reference for that. Like a ship against, like sailing against the moon. But instead of having the shading on the sails a little fuzzy, like a little bit more diffuse, making that a little bit more like a cast shadow, I think that would look pretty epic. But yeah, it already looks really nice. Man, yeah. Now, like lighting wise, I think you could have, I mean, you're not done obviously, like you said, but you could have a little bit more light towards the front of the ship and less in the back here, where there's no light really in the back there. Not much light going on. And in the front, quite the opposite. Maybe all these little cables could be all white against the light of the moon. You can see them real nice. Yeah, same with these here. Love the clouds. Looks really cool. Yeah, I guess the water, you just want to avoid noise in the water. Like if it's noise that's stretched horizontally, that's gonna work a lot better. So let's say we were to kind of blend this that way, you know, already it's like, yeah, there we go, boom. That works a lot better. It's like when it's just like noise, like TV, like like TV noise, you know, like just a bunch of little dots. It looks like the water has some, like it has a different kind of texture. It doesn't feel liquid. It feels more like sand. Alice Storm Alban. Let me Google that. Oh yeah, that's cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, like the cool water and like the super warm light coming from the back. Yeah, man, that's a really cool image. I approve. I'll check it out. I think you can make the water a little bit more shiny. Like, let's see. Moonlight on sea. Trying to recreate that. Like some, you know, like this water here doesn't look too good. It's like too noisy. It looks kind of bad. That one too noisy, and that's probably is that even real? Maybe that's like a 3D thing. But that looks nice. That looks nice and wet. Yeah, that one too. I mean, it's all fake, but trying to find like a real one. Is that real? That's cool, bro. A little too noisy, this water too. Like there's different types of water, just like there's different type of faces, right? And you can choose the ones that are more aesthetic. That's nice too. Yeah, it depends if it's like a calm sea or it's a little bit more stormy. But just having that contrast, I think it's just the contrast, like making sure that instead of being light gray, that's like really, really, really white. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sketch-wise, that's it. That's dope. It's come a long way. I remember like the first version. Man, day and night. Really? I don't even know how to pronounce that, so that's not helpful. Mangata. Probably like that. Mangata. Yes, Scott. So, yeah. So, lighting through the sails, I think that's gonna really make a big difference if you can pull it off. Like having the different. I mean, you could almost, without using a reference, like if you have an idea of what the first sail is like you draw like the cutout for the first sail and then use that as the shadow for the sail right behind, and then use the total of that for the shadow for the sail, for the shadow on the sail behind, and kind of have them like stack up this way. I mean, it will look like something like what I did here, but maybe more accurate. Sail ship against the moonlight. Come on, Google, deliver. Ah, man, nothing here. Sailed ship. Oh, that's probably why. Spell it right. Ah, there we go. Trying to find an example. Oh, that doesn't help. It's all black. No. Maybe cells are too thick for the sun to, not for the sun, for the the moonlight to go through them. It's very possible. But who cares about that? It's for the good of the painting. But anyways, yeah, instead of being diffuse, it would definitely be a little bit more cast shadowy. So it's just something to keep in mind. That makes sense. Moving on to Arun. What's up, Arun? I am doing great. Hope you've also had a great week. This week, I've focused more on animal anatomy, attempting to draw horses purely from imagination. Ooh, the keyword here being attempted, since I don't think I did too well. However, I will keep trying. I also tried studying bird anatomy too, with some of them going quite well. Overall, those are my animal studies this week. Looking forward to trying more stuff from imagination. Hell yeah. All right, testing yourself. Exam time. Very nice. All right, look at you. And what's cool with quadrupeds that even though it might not necessarily look like 100% like a horse, it almost always looks like some animal. Because all quadrupeds have all sorts of different proportions. So like unlike humans, you know, if you mess up the proportions of a human, there's no other creatures in nature that look like humans. Maybe like a monkey, but yeah, no. So completely different with quadrupeds though. If you have like too short of a neck, too long, you know, your legs are too long or something like that, then that probably looks like a different type of animal. And then you can always be like, well, that wasn't a horse, it was a cougar. But these look pretty damn good. I mean, I love the construction. I think that's exactly it. So construction is the most important. If you can remember the construction, then the rest usually will kind of fall in place. It's always, you know, it's like it's daunting to look at a full animal and be like, oh man, so many muscles, so many details on here. Ah! But then you just get started with the construction, something that looks pretty simple, something that looks basic, and then you're like, oh yeah, that looks like those proportions are pretty good. Now I just need to slap on some muscles on here. And then you just think of the muscles and okay, yeah, that's connected to that, and then you kind of piece it together. Of course, with experience, but this is the process. I'm really happy with these. Yeah, they look a little funny, you know, like this one's the legs a little big, but I mean the head is a little small rather. But the torso looks good. It looks like it's in the right perspective. That's what matters the most. The group of muscles here make a lot of sense. Structure is solid. Yeah, it's just proportions. Proportions easy to fix. Just maybe like this leg here is slightly broken. Remember, it's tricky. Like the back legs and the front legs, they bend differently. Like it's the opposite. So the back leg will bend inwards, or will like not really, but it kind of looks like that. We're not comparing the same thing here, but yeah. So this one here bends forward, this one here bends backwards. Oh yeah, actually, it is exactly the same thing. What am I talking about? So yeah, so that one here can't ever get past, you know, like straight position, just like this one here can get past the straight position that way, forward. So it's really, you know, shoulder, wrist, in, knee, heel, in. There you go. So when you look at that, the knee, the heel go in, and then here you have shoulder, the wrist, and then, you know, the other stuff here should go in, and then you would have the hoof, and that would be it. Of course, you know, those are the fingers. The fingers can bend a little bit. That's fine. Just like this one here can bend too. That's fine too. But the limb as a whole, just think of it this way. Shoulder, knee, heel, wrist, and then everything else, that's just the hand, that's just the foot. And that's gonna be just like ours, you know, very similar. The fingers can bend this way, it can bend the other way around. Same as your toes, for the most part. Yeah, but the other one here looks fine. No problem there. Just a little long this way. Yeah, just proportions. That's like I said, easy to fix. The stuff here maybe just a little short once again. So. Elbow, wrists, hooves. Maybe slightly longer neck too. But I would be very happy with these. There's not a whole lot to fix here, so super encouraging. Peace out, Scott. Have a good week and weekend. And we have these birds. Bird studies. Chicken. There we go. Very good. Always funny to see this. It looks so silly. But it makes a lot of sense though. All we can see here is just the heel. That's just the foot of the bird and the toes. But the legs is inside here somewhere. There you go. Awesome stuff, Warren. Like again, as with everything, you know, like just like what I was mentioning in the beginning of the stream in regards to the references that you use. If I mean, it's good to practice it all if that's interesting to you, obviously. But of course, focus on stuff that you think you'll use more often than not. So, you know, I would think for most people, quadruped's probably the most important, just because that's, you know, most creatures have 4 legs. And that's, you know, you think of like fantasy or any like movies or films or series, or it's almost always like creatures almost always on 4 legs. Some birds, but you know, not that many. Like dragons, but it's more a quadruped with wings. So just to think, you know, keep that in mind too. What do you see yourself using this for in the future? And practice the stuff that you feel like you're gonna use the most. But they're awesome to see those birds. Very nice studies. Love the brush quality. I don't know if I've mentioned this in the past. Maybe I mention it every time I see it, but very nice brush strokes, very like full of confidence. Yeah, I'd be very curious to see, like, I need to look back at like your first post. It feels like you've gotten so much better for some reason. I'm curious. I think I'll try to dig that up. But this is awesome, Warren. Yeah, not much else to add other than very well done. A+. Keep it up. Moving on to Jeffrey here. So hope you're doing well as always. Hope you're doing well. Had a bunch of life stuff come up, but back to the grind for me. So this is the old piece I was working on, revamped the lighting and added a little detail to fill out the flat walls. Where do I start with a gradient map for the full illustration like this? Man, that's come a long way. That looks epic. One thing I would recommend is like whenever you have like a different plane, especially something that's really close to the camera and then something that's really far, kind of what we have here. You know, like the foreground is pretty close, feels like, and then the rest of the scene is pretty far back. Always good to add a little bit of air in between, like at the base here, just to separate those two planes. It's really, really easy. Just like a little bit of that. You know, this way, like the wall feels a little bit, not the wall, but the room feels a little bit more distant. Like maybe there's I don't know, like dust flying around in the air, and all of that's contributing to making the air a little bit more opaque, and so you can see the details a bit less. Yeah, other than that, that was really good. So, so going about adding the gradient maps in here. So the way that I go about that is you start with the whole image, and then you kind of and then you go from there. Like you kind of refine from there, tackling each material at a time. If you want to be a little bit more methodical about it, you can do your flat colors first before you do the gradient maps, and like separate everything in different materials. So the different materials that you're going to use here. So maybe the stairs is like, I don't know, maybe it's going to be a different color. I like to think of it in materials because it makes more sense usually. So like on a character, for example, you're going to have everything that's metallic, you know, you're going to assign a particular color to that, like let's say gray. Everything that's cloth, maybe it's like a red cloth, then all of that will be red, obviously. And then it will have certain properties. Maybe it won't be as shiny, you know, as the metals. And so you'll be able to use one gradient map for all of that stuff. So try to break it down this way, like it helps you plan the scene ahead of time too. Excuse me. So it could be like the walls, maybe it's a different color. So let's say the back wall here is a certain color. So pop a new layer, set that to multiply. And then, so maybe the back wall is red, I don't know. And maybe the lower floor here is all, I don't know, maybe it's, just random, but let's say the bottom here is all cool, and then it's like a warm town up there. So the stairs maybe a little bit warm too, and then maybe it's gonna be like some cast shadow here. On the side of these things, maybe another type of blue. Maybe the walls are, I don't know, like light yellow or something, like orange. Anyways, you know, whatever. And then so you split everything up in colors this way, so by material. So let's say the walls are all brick, then everything that's brick is gonna have the same color. And then once you're done with that, and once you have like a color palette that kind of looks cool, you know, doesn't look like much, but when you're happy with your colors, the layout of things, composition of your color, then you can go back in here and using that same layer, just color pick, not color pick, but magic wand pick the different regions, and then pop a new gradient for that particular material. So maybe that door that was meant to be red, and there you go. Now it's the red door, then you can tweak your colors for it. Maybe its saturation is the contrast is not gonna be too high because it's far in the distance. So, oh no. Whatever. Let's just keep that one. So that's one. And then you go back and select the walls this time. Pop a new gradient map. That's gonna be for the walls. Using kind of the, you know, similar color that you had for your flat color. So maybe something like this. Of course, it helps if you have a collection already. And then you go through it all this way, making sure that, you know, the shadows and the highlights are kind of consistent because it's in the same scene, at least. You know, the in-between colors doesn't really matter. It's whatever you want, but the shadows, making sure that if you have like blue shadows for this wall, like in this case, like reddish shadows for this wall here. Come on, Windows, what the hell are you doing? That the back wall uses similar shadows too. You know, don't go like using red shadows for this. I keep pressing the wrong button. Come on. No, I'm not trying to search for anything. Leave me alone. Why would that stupid menu shut down there? So don't go using like red shadows here and then like blue shadows for something back there. Try to keep it consistent in that sense. But that's kind of the process, and then you go at this with like just really broad strokes, kind of just materials, and that's about it. The details, save that for later. Details are not going to be done using graded maps. It's no point really. It's going to take too long. So anyways, like once you have something like this, then you can like fine tune the gradients to make sure that they all work together nicely. And then you can, if you're happy with it, you can just like flatten everything out. I don't like to flatten. I'd like to duplicate it first and then flatten. Oh boy. Probably helps if I had the drawing behind here as well. Let me grab that, there we go. This, that. Duplicate, flatten, and then you're gonna have one solid image this way, and then you can like make fine tweaks in here. So maybe the door, maybe like the details of the tree is slightly different. Maybe that's a different color balance. And you can kind of refine that this way. Maybe tree trunk. Slightly different color, and then you go at it this way. And then after that, you can work on like the materials. Like if something's shiny, if something is more matte looking, if something's bright, if something is like if there's a light source in there or something. And then kind of like the atmosphere in the end. So if you have like some light coming through the windows, maybe you want to punch that out even more, like an overlay brush, or maybe some hard lights or whatevs. But roughly speaking, that's kind of the process. So broad strokes for the graded maps. Start with flat colors just to lay out things, to lay things out in your scene, and kind of have an idea of the colors that you're going for. And after that, recreate those colors for real with graded maps. So it should allow you to not only adjust kind of like the overall color like you were doing with the multiply mode, but instead you like control the entire, the entire spectrum of colors. So the shadows, the midtones, the highlights, you can control everything with the graded maps and get a lot richer colors. And and then after that, fine tune after flattening everything up, everything down, and then the final touches. Oh, that makes sense. It's a big piece. I mean, if it's pretty advanced stuff. It's a full illustration with graded maps, colors, lights. I mean, this is as complex as it gets. So it's for sure can feel overwhelming, but hopefully that helps. And if not, let me know. All right, and let's take a little break. I think this is what, 2 hours and 40. Let's take a little break. I'll go check up on the kids, and be back in like 10 minutes. And we'll get started again with Livio here. See you in 10. Alright. So let's resume with Livio here. What's up, Livio? So I've been working on my comic page this week. It's going slowly, but I'm committed to finishing this beast. I started by using a 3D model to lay out my panels with correct perspective, then drew my characters, etc. on top of it. I have some problems I could use your advice on, however. Varying field of views make Vivi seem to change size even though it's correct. See the ducky panel. Yeah, she does appear taller, huh? Let's see. Is that what you were using here? Huh. Interesting. What are you using for this? Like SketchUp? Yeah, the perspective does look kind of weird, no? Or more like, is the character in the scene? Or is it just like a floating character that you're... Like maybe it'd be easier if it's just just a box. Yeah, because the perspective of the characters doesn't seem to be changing, so it looks like more like a cutout almost. That might explain where the scale is a little different. But anyways, I mean, you can still use this as a kind of like as a base. I see. Okay, so it is a cutout. So the best would be to. It's weird because these are casting shadow. So are these real, and then she's not. What 3D sorcery is going on here? Yeah, I mean the best would be to have like a legit 3D character in here so that you can just rotate and it's always the same. Like you'll be able to see the back of the character, you know, if you rotate around it and that kind of stuff. Okay. So it is okay. So yeah, so that's. Oh, I see. Okay. In that case, what might be more useful is to use just blocks for her, just so to make sure that the perspective is always not the perspective, but that the scale is always correct. Because I feel like the cutout here is kind of playing against you. Because indeed, like it's not changing right now, but the scene focal length is changing, but she's not. So there's like a disconnect there. So in some cases she would appear smaller, but in reality she would always appear to be relative to others the same scale. It's kind of weird way to say this, but like her scale will be relative to the rest, always consistent. When you're placing a cutout, you might break that sometimes. So I'd be just careful about that. Maybe it's better to use just boxes all the time. Like maybe just like a big box for her, or maybe like a box for the torso and like a box for the head. And then you can just copy it. I don't know how, I've never played with SketchUp that much. Maybe you can just have like two big rectangles, two big like rectangular volumes for the legs, one big chunk for the torso, and then one for the head, something like that. And then maybe you can like duplicate that a bunch of times. But at least that's gonna be in the scene, fitting with the like the rest of the objects, same focal length and everything. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's still a great start. You know, it's not like it's completely off, but it would be a lot more accurate, I think, if you use just boxes for it. Or maybe like the what's it called again? Magic poser web. Can you add geometry in here? Oh yeah, you can. So maybe that, you know, maybe that could do it. You can just add a bunch of like boxes for. I mean that would take probably a lot longer, and I don't know that you can save anything in here, but yeah, no, this completely sucks to make things bigger. Like, come on, what are these shitty tools, man? Oh. But you know, like depending on the angle, like if you zoom in or back, like that box will always be properly in perspective compared to the character. And so like from this angle, like it would seem a lot smaller, but not too small. And if you have like another crazy angle this way, character will look pretty big. So yeah, it's mostly the focal length that's probably gotten kind of breaking stuff, because that's easy to just disconnect from it. So, but anyways, let's take a look at the results. Let's see if we can just make some quick, easy corrections in here. So that one seems about right. Right, so that's about her her height. Yeah, and here she does seem to be a little taller, and I think it's just like this stuff here that's just too big in relation to her. Because if she's stepping up this thing, I think height would be about. I think her head would probably be here. I think that'd be her head. Shoulders, torso, butt. Actually, from this angle, that would probably be fine. So maybe it's just her that's a little too tall. Because if she stands on that here, like she would be about the same height as this. And then from this angle, based on the perspective, like she would be about the same height. Like the heads kind of line up here. From this angle, maybe a little too high. So from this angle. That's the person. Are we looking at this from the top? Okay, from like this. Okay, so the horizon is like right here. Horizon there. And so yeah, once again, if they're both like the same height, I'm just like approximating, but if she's standing on this little stool and they measure about the same height now, from this angle, like seeing this from the top view, that would make sense that she would appear to be a little shorter. I mean, she's not, but like from this angle, like her head is lower, and that would kind of work based on the perspective on the stool here. And then from this angle, this is the horizon, and so lines should go this way, just like they do with that stool again. So like your vanishing point should be like somewhere around here, and so her, if we're lining up the head once again, you know, that's the head of this one. Her head should be more like down there. So a little bit lower. Yeah, approximately. So I think you could just like make her slightly shorter and just like drop her down a bit, and that would save you from reworking too much. Like that's about the correct height from what I've seen so far. You tell me, that's your character, but and then if you bring her down this way, yeah, I think that would fit better in the perspective here. So yeah, just small adjustments, not a big deal, not at all. And then maybe you could take this whole thing and kind of just light it up so that's better centered. But you know, those small proportion issues aside, I think that looks really cool. Like it feels like there's a lot of buzz going on in the room. It feels like it's, you know, it's like a crowded room. It just, from different angles, you still see those people. It feels very lively. I mean, and the angles are really cool too. Like we can totally see what's going on here. Yeah, I love the close up on this guy. If anything, man, I would just make it even closer. Like what you want to avoid usually with comics, in my opinion, but what doesn't tend to look as nice, and what I think a lot of like comic artists just try to avoid too, is having two boxes one next to another that are like similar, unless it's kind of like a joke kind of thing. But in this case, like it would feel better, I think, if this guy was way more zoomed in, so that there's a bigger difference between the two, like almost like a portrait shot. And also this way, you start far, you go really close, and then back out again, and like the tempo now feels a little bit more natural. It's kind of like just a basic design guideline, where you try to have, let's say you have like rhythm, you try to break the rhythm so that it's not always the same. It feels more natural, feels more organic, rather than, you know, that kind of stuff. Feels more rigid, a little bit more stiff. Yeah, I remember mentioning something like this. I would just zoom in a lot more, and this way you don't even have to draw the characters in the back. You can just like blur them out, save yourself some work. Yeah, kind of like that guy actually. That's perfect. Way closer. Yeah, in here too. Remember, you know, when drawing comics, zooming in is your friend. It just saves you a ton of work. Sometimes you can't convey the grandness of things as well that way, but maybe if you show like her, if you zoom in a lot on her, or maybe it's a shot from below, you know, like, so she seems imposing, like dun, 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 like she's holding up a trophy, like a shot where you see like her arms and the trophy here, mouth and eyes up here. And then this way you don't even have to draw anybody else. You can just draw like the top of the building maybe, and like some clouds and stuff. I think it would still maybe convey the same idea. But yeah, zoom in a lot more. Like whenever you have an extra character in your little box, that's double the work. And so try to keep that to a minimum. Zoom in as much as you can. Like use different angles like close-ups where you're looking upwards, where you can't see anybody else. Any trick that you can find to remove people from the not a box. How do you call these things? A box? A panel? A panel? Yeah, a panel. Remove details from the panels. That's always like the fine balance, right? How well can you tell the story with as little work as possible? Yeah. That looks really good. Those folds are awesome. Really well done. From this angle, like maybe just fewer folds. Like this is just kind of like a towel hanging on like a bar, right? You can think of it this way. You have the arm. It's like a towel that you hang on top of that. It's gonna kind of fall down pretty straight, pretty uneventful. So just remove a bunch. Maybe just boing, boing, done. Same thing for the cloak here. Maybe remove a bunch of these. One big fold. Again, thinking of this kind of beat here. Rule of thirds, so you mostly have empty spaces and then like some details kind of clustered in the same area. But this way, it just saves yourself some work again. Don't have to draw as many folds. All of these, you can probably get rid of them. I think it still reads kind of the same-ish. Yeah, and then here another example, like to save yourself some time. I mean, it's nice to be able to see it all, don't get me wrong. It's a bonus. The more you can see, the better. It increases the quality of the book. It's more stuff to appreciate. But with these two, instead of having to draw like the feet and the legs in that complicated pose, maybe, and like they're also pretty much at the same distance from the camera. So try to like go back and forth this way. Maybe this one here is much closer. Maybe it's kind of like just that. And maybe the box in the middle, we can get rid of it. So maybe it's just like this. Saves yourself a lot of work right there. Just some ideas. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, like I'm tweaking this with my experience, so of course, you know, it's not that simple, but approach it in the sense that less is more. It's better to have less and need to add a little bit more than have way too much, you know, and have spent all that time where it might have not been necessary. Anyways, let's keep reading here. Got sidetracked. So a lot of it, especially panel, pencil and brush. Doesn't seem to read as well in its real perspective. Yeah. I like what you did here. That works better. And again, what's more important in a panel? Is it to communicate the emotions of the character, or is it to communicate the grandness of the scene? Usually the emotions is what people really care about rather than the rest, so that's why, you know, the more zoom ins, the better, almost. Because yeah, like in here, she might feel more like maybe reads more as like a politician, you know, like holding a rally. Like the politician itself is not really the point. It's just like to show the size of the rally kind of thing. That's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from this image here. So I think, yeah, that's a good decision that you made here to zoom in a bit. It feels more personal. And if you're going to have a lot of crowds, man, like make yourself a crowd brush. You know, like a bunch of people. A bunch of generic people, and then maybe like 3 or 4 characters, and then just stamp them up whenever you have a scene like this, big or small depending on their scale. Again, like try to save yourself some time. Find any kind of cheat that you can get. Clothing folds in a section, maybe posing them in space and perspective. Yeah, that looks awesome. That's really good, but that's a lot of work. I'm way too lazy I would be way too lazy to do this. I would do exactly like I said. I would take the stuff, scale it up, get rid of one box, ship it. Yeah, man, crowd brush. Well, that helps, Livio. Really cool stuff. But you're working too hard. Way too hard. Jackson. I don't know that it looks better, but it's equivalent for sure, I would say. So, you know, might as well go that route. Save yourself some time. Can do twice as much. What's up, Jackson? I hope you've had a good week too. So I tried to refine the character's hook more and decided on an arm that can cast spells instead of a staff wand. I'm also thinking of having the gems in her armor buff the magic to protect her from it. So any advice on how to convey that would be awesome. Besides design, what are some things that could be improved at this stage? Mostly just rendering at this point, but I want to make sure that the foundation of it is solid. Stay out of this, Vika. Just kidding. Why am I so aggro? I'm mostly just rendering at this point. I just wanted to make sure the foundation of it is solid. If anything jumps out with the anatomy, colors, values, composition, don't go easy. Right on. That was good. Last week. This week. Yay! No, I'm not gonna say make it brighter, man. That's perfect. Nice level of brightness, and then what's cool with this level of brightness, it's a little more than what you had before, but still, it's still dark enough that you can get some cool content. Oh, shut up with the ambulance. What the heck is going on today, man? Is this like a holiday or some shit? And everybody's going crazy outside? What kind of neighborhood am I in? Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, so you can punch that out even more, make it look even more shiny, which you could only do if you had this level of darkness in your scene. So, you know, just a little. Ooh, oh yeah, look at that. Extra shiny. Get that contrast, baby. So I would recommend that. I mean, it's way too tempting. I don't know how you could resist that. So anyway, hold on. I was reading this. I don't think I actually understood any of it. Right on. Okay, so her arm is the power. So think of having the gems and armor above the magic. Yeah, so kind of like magic amplifiers. Makes sense. I like it. Or protect her from it. I think it's cooler if it's just a magic amplifier. Because then the more the better. And then you can tell, you know, if you're high level wizard, you just got a bunch of them. It's really expensive stuff. But you're a real baller if you have a bunch of it. And also very strong. Honestly, I don't think it really matters if it's there to restrain her or not. I think it just looks cool, and you get the connection already just because of the color. So, you know, simple association. I would maybe make them look like they're more active though. Like, like maybe their socket that they're in. The base here maybe is like glowing at the base of it or something. And maybe that's emitting a little bit of glow. I don't know. Just trying things here. Oh, maybe kind of the same. Maybe kind of the same effects that you have for the arm. Like a smoky, stringy effect. I think anything like to show that they're active. I think it would look cool. It'll make the connection even stronger. Like the second that she activates the arm, like the gems start to glow even more. yeah. So foundation wise, I'm a really big fan of the colors here. Really, really like it. In your darkest colors on the outfit, like the dress, I think I would use a little bit more of the color of the sky as a as your ambient color. Just because that's normally what it would look like, and also, yeah, it'll just help us read those volumes better. They're a little brighter. Like, not brighter overall, definitely not, but locally, like that little tint, bluish tint. Can push it maybe even more saturated. And the same thing in the armor, because right now, like I think the biggest issue with the painting so far is that the character feels disconnected from the environment. Like overall, the same, like the brightness works, the values work, but the colors don't connect the two. Like, she's got a shiny armor, and so like all of that stuff here would be reflected in it. Like the blue of the sky. That'll be all over the armor. Like in the front here, that'd be all blue. Like, you get a lot more of that blue everywhere. And then, yeah, and I would just push the highlights whenever you can. I mean, maybe the highlights on this side makes... I just went along with where you had your highlights. But is there like a light source coming from that side? Sun, is the sun like shining like from behind her shoulder? If that's the case, then yeah, then you would have like the blue of the sky on the outside here, and then yeah, in the middle it would just be kind of the shine, the glow from the sun, main light source, whatever it is. Here, all dark. Yeah, that would be a lot lighter, a lot bluer. Again, from the main light source, like the light source that's lighting this part of the armor. Like, imagine that you're looking at like a big sphere, right? Right now, if I just look at your armor, it looks like the highlight here is like right there. So the lights, the light source would be, yeah, like right over our shoulder, kind of like right in our face. And so you just want to shade everything that way. So the leg here, like treating it as a cylinder. So if it's a cylinder, it's like that. Then that would be the center of it, just like the center of the sphere here. That would be where it's hottest, where you have the most highlights. So if it's the main light source, if it's the sun, then maybe it wouldn't be blue. Maybe it'd be more like a warmer tone. Like this maybe, and then on the side here in the shadows, then maybe that would be more of the sky color instead. But I feel like you could lighten up those shadows a bit. It's still pretty sunny outside, and kind of refine the light direction. So I think that's the biggest issue here, and coloring those darker shadows in consequence. So whether it's the sky color, whether it's the main light source, and then yeah, punching out those highlights, make it pop even more. It's begging for it. I don't think it's a hard neighborhood around here. Bunch of old people. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe tourists. Yeah, composition wise, I think it's nice. There's only like one thing, and I'm nitpicking of course here. It's a beautiful piece. Like this, like the pointiness of the cloak here, a little annoying. It's kind of offsetting the balance just a bit to the right. So maybe you can have like that fold be a little bit more organic, a little funkier here. And maybe add like something here to offset that. I'm just looking like overall you get weight, a lot of weight here and a lot of weight there. But yeah, like that side is missing something. Could be a mountain, could be a cloud, could be many things. Like if it's a big bright cloud back here, like that could probably do it. Like another big mountain, what else? And then her hair too, you know, like dark hair, usually a lot more shiny. You'll get the reflection a lot more, kind of like on the armor here, same idea. So probably get a lot of that blue reflection from the sky in the hair. And on the rocks here too. If it's a hard rock, if it's dirt, maybe not as much, but if it's a hard rock, then yeah, you would get all that ambient lights. Maybe punching out some of these folds here a bit more. Like defining the folds better. You can feel that waviness more, maybe. You know what I mean? Oh, that helps, Jackson. That looks super good. Not true. One last thing. The face as a focal point is a little weak. So it could be just the light in the face, warming that up. Like the shading is awesome, beautifully done. I think it's just the color feels a little bit undead. I mean, if she's undead, correct me, of course. But maybe higher contrast would help. No. Whoa. No, thank you. Maybe warmer skin. Yeah. Now she looks too orange, but maybe like an in between. Yeah, I think maybe it's just the light intensity, just having a little bit more of a splash of light right in her face. To kind of go along with the highlights that you have here on the armor. And probably her forehead would pick up some of that too. Some of that highlights. Just make the face pop a bit more. That's it. Well, that helps. But yeah, I would be quite proud of this one. Damn it, looks cool. Moving on to Joe. Joe, what up? No art submissions this week. I'm still working my way through the mech design term. I was curious if you knew anything about pixel art, specifically the kind used for animating in 2D fighting games or any 2D games. Really, I have an interest in it, but not sure how to approach it. I am definitely not a pixel art pro. usually you will, I mean, you can do the same thing in Photoshop, you know, you just gotta zoom in a lot until you see the pixels. So you can go at it this way and kind of like using the pencil. Pencil, where you at? Pencil, there we go. Make it real small, boop, boop, boop. And then you can draw this way. Pixel by pixel. And so you're on a nice grid. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just like looking at other pixel artists, like how much detail they use. And it also depends a lot on like how much resolution you want for this stuff. Like, do you have just like your grid of 10 by 10, or is it more like 20 by 20? Oh, you had a link in there. Hold on, I didn't see that. Let me try to fetch it. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That's cool. So, my understanding of the process here is that people will usually just draw a quick sketch, just like they would any other character, and then you turn that into pixel art. And so try your best to kind of, you know, turn those details into simplified details, pixel details. It's like a super rough sketch, and then you actually go at it with the pixels. So kind of like a two-step process. I won't go here in my face. Yeah, so that's so that's pretty high detail. That's what, like at least like 30 pixel high when he's not doing anything. So yeah, I would start with a grid like this. Like you know, you can create like a new page that's like 30 pixel high by 30 pixel high, or maybe like a little bit bigger. First though, like I would start with a sketch, something real rough, but using the colors and kind of just, yeah, proportion that you want. And after that, you try to turn that into just pixel art as best as you can. I mean, that's a pretty abstract way of explaining it, but that's my understanding. That's my understanding of the process. You might also be able to like draw it like normally. Again, like start the same way. So you draw like a little sketch. Let's see. Let's do a new one. You could start with let me grab a random image in here. So what you could do is you don't need to, of course, put as many details as this, but you can try to scale it down. That's not gonna work though. So when you scale things down, there's gonna be too much processing happening, and you'll lose a lot of the details. But it should give you kind of a starting point. So let's say we go down to like 60, something real small. Woo! Where'd you go? And then you can try to like clean that up, make it a little bit more simple. Like if you want to flatten some colors. that's another way to go about it. So either you start with a sketch and kind of just build it up from scratch exactly how you want it, or you can just draw it a little bigger, scale it down to however many pixels you want, and then kind of clean that up from here. So again, with the pencil tool, going here. So maybe I don't want all these colors. Maybe that should be all the same color here. Maybe you're gonna have just like 2 tones. Same thing with the legs. Maybe all the legs just like 1 color. And it's gonna be just like a tiny line for the highlights. And you kind of go at it that way. Anyways, I'll stop here because, like I said, I'm not a pixel art professional. But that should give you like a way to start, some place to get going from. And some quick sketches, gesture drawings. Remember, with gesture, try to avoid these straight lines. Always try to find a curve in there as much as possible, even if it's not necessarily there in the image. It's like the occasion, perfect occasion, since it's quick, it's meant to be rough, to just push it a little bit more, push it more than reality. Forces you to loosen up. That's nice. Yeah, anyways, hope that that helps. Moving on to Louise. Alright, so for this week I tried to do some sketches for the major bones, draw some muscles on skellies, and also practice identifying the muscle groups on reference pictures. I am sure I failed the last one, but however, I would like to hear it. We'll see. Muscle groups on reference pictures. Let's start with that. Delts. The shoulders here. Yeah. So it would just reach like the back one here, the posterior delt. Posterior head of the delt would just reach a little further back, right below the trapezius. So the trapezius seen from the back view here, yeah, it's kind of that shape here. And the delts attach like along that straight line right there. So the back head, the posterior head, just reaches in a little further in. A little bit more further in. No, a little further. That was right. Anguish. Rotator cuff groups. That seems correct in that one. Maybe a little bigger. Usually be like sandwiched in between here. It's kind of like the square that's left over in between, right below the delt and right next to the trapezius. That's where it'll be right here. So delt and then rotator cuff group. And then wrapping all of that up, you're gonna get your latissimus dorsi here. Attaching down there in the sacrum, tailbone. And then yeah, the obliques on the side. Yeah, latissimus dorsi again. That's just gonna be like a V shape all the way into the butt crack. Such elegant words. And then sternomasters, that's good. Yeah. So that's about it for this one. Here, just these are gonna be slightly bigger. So rotator cuff group. The trapezius is gonna go a little lower in the back. about like the halfway point in the back, approximately, the trapezius, you know, so like the glutes will start right here. Latissimus dorsi, again, ending in here, and a V all the way to the sacrum. Looking at this guy, so I'm not gonna do them all, but let's do this one too. So the back muscle looks, your latissimus dorsi will look something like this. Again, ending in the sacrum right here, covering most of the back, approximately half of it, and wrapping around the rotator cuff group under the armpit, and then attaching onto the arm here. So yeah, right about there. That would be like under the arm. You can't see it from this angle. All of that's obliques. Your rotator cuff group, that's gonna be mostly that right here. That's right. That's your trapezius. Well spotted. Reaching a little bit further down the back. Maybe a little further. Maybe you can have that go a little higher too. Yeah, and then your shoulder, you deltoid, looks okay here, but the back, the posterior head, once again, we'll want to go and slide all the way, or insert all the way under the trapezius, just like that. And so as a result, the rotator cuff group just, you know, it kind of just gonna compress a little bit more, not as big. From the front, no problem. Looks good. All right, so let's take a look at these. Yeah, that looks really good. Nicely painted too. Yeah, and there you go. Here you have like the trapezius. You can see it goes all the way down to approximately half of the back. So first half, second half, or as low as the ribs will go. Keep that in mind. Chest looks great. The neck muscle looks great. Very nice, this one. Great proportions here too. That's it. So you were right. It's just a few issues with the back view specifically. But hopefully that clarifies things a bit more. But the rest here, awesome stuff. So well done. Moving on to Santiago. So I'm back with this concept. I think I can call it finished. Did my best to improve on the things that you pointed out last week and gave her design some small tweaks here and there to make it more consistent. So please tell me overall things to improve to make it look as good as possible. Right on. Ooh, yes. Yeah, like the more logical colors here, that works a lot better. So getting rid of the leather patches in only certain areas, that looks much nicer now. The design of the legs, there's something there. You're right, it's not just a belt anymore, so I'm happy with that too. Like one thing that I'm noticing in like shape language is like this is a very strong design element. Very strong. You have pattern. Patterns is very visually interesting because you don't have that much patterns in nature. And so when you see pattern, the eyes kind of just lock onto it. You have a lot of contrast there. So dark shadows, bright highlights. So it's a shiny material. and it's against a white pants, and it's like darker in value. So a lot of contrast going on here. So like my eye is very, very interested by this area. Not that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just would work better if you had it repeated a bit more, so that it doesn't feel so unique to this area. Like if you had maybe like the top, maybe the entire jacket, you know, maybe like her sleeve is just that, maybe just like that kind of material. Maybe something in her legs here down here too. Could share some of those properties too. Just trying to find like different ways to have that repeated. Maybe maybe in her gloves. Like maybe instead of being white here, because like that's a lot of details in here. Maybe you could just get rid of that and replace it by that kind of pattern. You know, you have the red trim. Yeah, this is you have a red trim here, like container red trim, and then you would have like those parallel details in there maybe. So just trying to repeat those details since they're so strong, just to make them less unique. Essentially, that's what it is. And then towards the focal point here of your image, there's a lot of stuff in here. So I think we could organize that a little bit better. I like her face, very nice. You know, I love the lighting on it. The colors work really well. It's a strong focal point. So in that sense, very well done. But the details here feel a little overwhelming. Like it's like I'm looking at my kid's room, you know, like full of toys on the ground. Like, oh, where do I look? So I think in this case, like you could maybe just remove some details, and it would actually help. And like I'm noticing like the same shape here. Like you kind of have like this like partial cylinder, right? You have it on the shoulder as well. Maybe that's another opportunity to have the same pattern again. You know, kind of like the same deal, like a softer leathery pad instead, just to tie it in again. Yeah, and then in here, and again, that's a metal that we're taking out of the mix now, so it's a little bit less stuff. That's just one tiny piece though. In the front, like, does she need to have that strap? Like that strap is pretty distracting. It adds a lot of contrast too, so maybe lose it. Maybe the red trim here, you know, we can tone those down too. Like try to find a logic for the red trim. Maybe the red trim's always around this kind of pad. If you don't have a pad like that, it's no red trim. Maybe it's a different trim. Maybe it's like one of those white ones. Maybe in here you have like a white trim. In here maybe those are white trims too. And you keep the red ones whenever you have some pads like this. So if you want to have a red trim somewhere, you need to add the pad too. And so just simplifying the design. Essentially, it's like you have a recipe right now where like you're making a cake and you have like 1,000 ingredients. You can probably make a really good cake too with a fraction of that. So, and it just makes it easier for you to juggle all these things when you have just less stuff to deal with. Those would be my recommendations. Other than that, it's a really, really cool piece. Really cool. Maybe her arm's a little short. Maybe not the left, maybe not the right one, but this one here feels a little short. I don't know if I mentioned that last time. Like the, yeah, I think you probably need to go a little higher. Keep in mind that if she's got her arms kind of like resting on the side of her body, it should be able to easily cup her crotch. You know, let's say she's naked and she's trying to hide herself. She should be able to do that without having to like bend over because she can't reach. But that's all. Very nice. Who the hell's? Moving on. What's up? So this week I just practiced on getting better with my grayscale to color process, and the question that comes into my mind then is it really necessary to polish the line art before going into details in the grayscale part? Because I often slow down and pace, and I really polish the line art, so I often just combine the messy line art and grayscale, slowly polishing the line art in the end. It's I mean, that's interesting question. It's how can I answer this? It's like I don't know if I'm gonna use a chef reference again. It's the same as, you know, let's say you're cooking, you're trying to learn a new recipe and saying, can I like substitute, you know, like the butter for some yogurt instead, or and then maybe can I like cut the salt in half and then maybe like double the baking soda, and you know, like you're trying to tweak the recipe. I would personally highly recommend that you first learn like a clean process, and after that, once you get really used to it and once your results are consistently good with it, then after that you can jump steps. And you can like merge steps if your style demands it, but otherwise you're way more likely to end up with an end result that doesn't look clean, doesn't look professional. If you look at any professionals working, it's especially those that do more like that kind of style, right? Like clean anime with shading. It's always super clean, very, very clean line art to the point where it's like maniac, like kind of. So they'll do the line art first and then do it again, and maybe like a third time to make it even cleaner. Not that I recommend that. I think once is plenty, but they really separate the steps that way to maintain cleanliness throughout the whole process. The second that you start to slip, like that messiness is gonna compound into the next step. And then the next step, since it's already a little bit messy, you'll be less careful, and that will compound again into the next step. And then in the end, you end up with something that you're like, man, it's gonna take me 20 hours to clean this up. So I don't recommend it. Of course, you do whatever you want. It's your art. If that's too strict for you, if you don't enjoy the process, then don't do it. You want to make sure that it's still fun, but you know, I recommend it for a reason. So. So as always, if you find anything off with the piece, feel free to point it out. As of now, what do you think is the weakest point of my art? Value, colors, anatomy, so that I can focus on it more in my studies. So the pic down below is still unfinished because I had a long time rendering out the frills of the dress in this perspective. So if you see anything off in the piece, please don't put that right on. Let's do it. Yeah, and like to make my point again, look at like any anime art, you know, because that's really what it is. It's always super clean. That's like a quality of a professional artist. Is just clean AF. Like there's a huge, more so than almost any other style, huge emphasis on the process, on making sure that things stay clean, that they read really, really well. And it makes sense too, because this art is meant to be animated. It's meant to be, and it needs to be clean to be, you know, for the colors to fill in, like when you're coloring and everything. So, anyways, like when I look at this, I see the face. The face is nice and clean. Like, yeah, I can tell you spent some extra time in here, polishing the line art, making sure that it's nice and sharp. The rest here, that's pretty messy. It doesn't look as good for that reason. Like the background stuff, I think you can probably get away with that by, you know, not having to detail everything. But the character herself, it would look in my opinion, at least, it would look a lot nicer if it was just tighter of a drawing. And also, like, when you get used to that process, it's just, there's a quite a good amount of joy to go from one step to the other. Like, once you're really happy with your line art, you're like, oh man, this line art's dope, and like you want to, you know, to post it as is. It's since you like it so much, it's just like when you go on to the next step, there's just this extra excitement. At least that's what I get. This extra excitement when you push it to the next level, and then the next level, and to the next level. Rather than like in your mind, like stockpiling stuff that you need to do. Oh, I need to clean that up. Oh, I need to clean this up. I need to clean that up on top of all of that other stuff. I don't know. Just rambling at this point. That looks really cool so far. Maybe the perspective of the face is a little off compared to the body. I mean, in you're asking, you know, what's the biggest weakness here? It's not the polish. That's not the biggest weakness. It's the anatomy. The anatomy is the biggest weakness. Not always, but in certain angles. Like, that one reads actually quite well. Maybe her torso is a little short. Like, there's not a whole lot of space for 12 ribs in here and 21 vertebrae. I feel like it would look better if she was a little longer here. This one here, like, that arm looks concerning. Like, when you draw characters like this in tricky poses, I would draw the whole character. Like, you don't need to obviously polish anything else, but like, draw it out completely and then crop what you want, you know. So like the legs here, like making sure that you know where the legs are going, and does that make sense if you were to zoom out. But what I was mentioning about this one here is just the perspective of the head here. Like, I think you'd want to have the eyes a little higher, the mouth, nose, you know, more like that angle, like she's laying down. Maybe you can have her like go like this. But you get this kind of perspective, you know, kind of like this big cylinder. In that perspective, very strong perspective, and then the head is kind of like, yeah, you can see a little bit. It's just doesn't seem like a comfortable pose, you know, to have your neck like that. Maybe if she had like her arms behind, you know, like to support her head, that would make more sense, maybe. Like that arm, if you wanted to get rid of it instead of trying to rework it, like maybe it goes up this way, like that way. And then the other one, I don't know where it is, but yeah, where's the other arm? The other arm is MIA. Yeah, that one maybe is just like resting on her stomach or something. Looks really cool though, like as an image, as like an illustration. Very nice, like cool composition, cool lighting, cool angle. So there's a lot going for it so far. I think yeah, that arm just looks broken, and the face, the angle of the face is a little off. Like, we would definitely be able to see some of this. Oh, really? Oh, this is it? That's the arm? Yeah, I think it's just like the you can't really like the the shoulder wouldn't work for the arm to stick out this way. If that's the arm, if that's what you mean. Like if you lift your arm, like again, whenever you raise your arm, the shoulder almost like touches the side of your face. Like it would have to be more like, you know, more like that instead. Probably her face would cover part of the shoulder even. It's a tricky pose though, like understandably, you know, you're gonna have some issues with this. It's a hard pose to get right. So kudos for you know, for daring to try something like this. But yeah, I think it's just like a few tweaks. I think you can make that work. That looks really nice, but it would look way nicer if it were just a little cleaner. Because that's the only thing I think I would really focus on here. Maybe make it a little brighter in general, like you know, getting rid of this all black stuff. Adding a little bit of light in here would go a long way. Like you have a little bit already, but here too. Yeah, it's just too much contrast. You know, it's almost like you took an image and like you really push the contrast beyond. Like I get this kind of feel with it. You know, like too much contrast, just a little too intense. I think more subtlety here. A little less contrast, a little less light maybe on the face. More light in the back, kind of taking the light here and then slap it in the back. Your art is really good, so I'm nitpicking here. I hope it helps. But more like, I'm just impressed on how productive you are. That's the key to leveling up fast. Alright, moving on to Natalia. What's up? So I'm currently working on term 1 and 2. I tried another perspective drawing this time. I really focused on not losing the vanishing points. Do you have any critiques on the perspective? Also, I tried some figure breakdowns on the left as well as some practicing with shapes and heads. Full anatomy 1 until the ears part. You can take this, especially the ears. In July, I will go part-time instead of full-time with my current job, so we'll have more time to study. Yes! This week, I unfortunately didn't have much time to do a lot. Right on. I mean, that's a good amount. That's, I'm happy with this. Alright, so perspective first. Let's take a look. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. That looks good. The yeah, at first the only thing I'm noticing here is like this roof over here. So like if you have a slope like that, like unless from the side, you know, the house kind of like the roof of the house kind of flares out, which I don't think that's the case. But it could be, you know, if it's a roof that's kind of like that, then that would make sense. But that's probably not what it is, I would guess. Not from this detail. Yeah, probably not. So you just want to make sure that whatever slope you have here, you do the same back there. That's it. You know, that one's not parallel right now. Like they're gonna touch. So it's as if like the roof is a little crooked. Just gotta make sure that this line here is identical to that one. Parallel. There we go. Ship it. Other than that, maybe this here. So the horizon is there. So you're right. We would be able to see the top the top of the frame in here. Maybe not as much though, like maybe because it's really, really close to the horizon, so we would be able to see the top, but barely, you know, so maybe just this much. Again, because it's so close to the horizon. That side here, yeah, on the right side, I think you'll be able to see more. And then below the horizon we would also be able to see the bottom of the frame. And we're a little lower compared to the top here, so we'd be able to see a little bit more. So that part right there. Maybe more like that. Alright, so a little bit up here, just because we're so close to the horizon. A little bit more down there, because we're a little farther away. Other than that, maybe this frame here as well. So, yeah, like having those two lines here. I feel like those might not be going towards the same vanishing point. Just want to make sure that they do. So maybe that corner's a little too high. Just eyeballing it, but I think it's a little too high. But that's it. It's a minor detail. Other than that, nice. Very cute. And a little bit of shadow in here as well. That's super nice. Very well done. I'll try to do some figure breakdown on the left. Oh, those are good. Those are really good. Oh, I love your lines. Those are some nice lines. Yeah, I love that looks nicer. Shoulders. This guy looks like he's like, I don't know. Yeah, much more natural. I would say maybe for his hips though, a little wide, so a little feminine. Man hips are a little bit more like a barrel, like a lot more like that, like pretty straight down, not much of an angle. For female, it's a little bit, for women, it's a little bit wider to begin and not as tall. But also the joint here, a little wider. Like for men, the joint would be really close for men. So like if you were to take the whole thing here, like from the hip bone to the joint, you get more of this angle with female hips, and with males, like it's not much of an angle. It's pretty straight down. So you'll get a little bit here, a little, and then back to the leg. It just doesn't go out as much. But proportion-wise, other than that, very nice. All right, good proportions here too, for the most part. Just maybe the neck could be a little longer, like the head also could be a little bigger, neck a little longer, and then the shoulders slightly wider. In reality, shoulders are almost always wider than the hips. Not always, obviously, but often it'll be kind of either the same thing, or like you see, like you could find also like models, you know, that have like really wide shoulders, really narrow hips. Still looks good. So if anything, you know, always keep in mind that it should be about the same. And then if you really want to push like the hourglass shape, then you can make the shoulders a little narrower. If you want to make a character that's a little stronger, a little like a bit more realistic, wider shoulders. Again, sirens again. Honestly, all day long. What the hell is going on? Like fires or something? Like tsunami warning? Yeah, that's it. Just the upper body here. Other than that, very nice. COVID, I mean, I'm in California. COVID is almost done here. There's so few cases, almost like more than 70% of the people is vaccinated. So I don't know what it is, man. Who knows? I'll find out when I check out the news tonight. Probably zombies, yeah. That's the most likely cause. Alright. Oh, that looks good. Look at that, dude. Very nice. Like stylized, but nice. Everything in proportion. That's a good one. Very nice. These ones here, maybe a little too round. Not a big issue though. I think you could just like have the cheekbone go in a bit more. You know, kind of like that. And just like finessing the side of the face there, the side of the profile. And I think it'd be good to go. Just shaving that little bit here just makes it much less like a sphere. Not, yeah. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll check tomorrow. Although nothing can disturb my sleep, so that's not really a concern. I'll sleep through a tornado while I'm in the tornado, and I'm probably not gonna wake up. So you're talking about your ears. I mean, hello, that looks good. That looks really good. Looks just like mine. Yeah. Usually like the base here is always a little thicker. So maybe you can add a little bit chunkiness here. But yeah, one goes in, one goes there. That looks really good. That one's really nice. Not much to change here. That's nice, Kevin. Just like my kids, whenever they sleep in the bed, always end up having their feet in my mouth for some reason. Every time. And then those little volumes here. I think those are actually the ones that need the most help, shading wise. So, like one thing that I can maybe like recommend as like a way to get kind of just a default look. I mean, obviously, like look at reference. That's always the best. But you can start with like a circle, dark circle. Push. Lock that. Lock it, I said. And then with diffuse brush, tap, 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 tap. Then you get a nice sphere. Super easy hacks, but that's the look that we're going for. So nice and bright in the center, and then it gets increasingly dark when it reaches the edges. So it kind of ramps up like a it's not like a linear thing. It's more like a parabolic thing. So bright, dark, super dark. And the same thing here, like you can even split that into sections. You have like cylinder. Let's say like the center here, where it's gonna be the brightest, and then you have a section here on the side that's gonna be a little bit darker. And then let's split that properly, exactly like I said instead. So widest is gonna be the brightest, and then maybe like 2/3 of that is going to be dark gray, and then the last 1/3 is going to be much darker. So let's see what that looks like. That's not scientific, it's just kind of like a way to remember it. Let's say mid-gray. And then white in the center, and then you can just kind of blur that. We're gonna cheat, we're gonna use the blur here. Gaussian blur, boing, 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 boing. There you go, nice cylinder. So that's the idea. Hope that helps. Very cool stuff overall in Varia. Moving on to oh snappy. Oh snappity. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, but that's like nothing surprises me here. More like I'm surprised that you got it this good. Man, that was good, Vika. I had my doubts. I don't know why. I should. You've proven me wrong every time, but that's like a hard angle to get, and like to get the depth in there to make like a cool city. But God, but Jesus, that looks good. So this was been studying during the 2021 lockdown. I have to admit, the biggest benefit was meeting all the inspirational classmates here and seeing everybody grow together. I sincerely hope this program will keep living and helping yours. That's the goal, and that makes me super happy to read this and to see the results. My God, it's worthy, you say? Hell yeah! That's like perfect example of ton of hard work, but directed in the right direction over just a single year. I mean, you know, now just try to extrapolate, you know, like next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Dangerously good. Man, that's so good. All right then, time for critique. I gotta say something at least. Man, Vika, good job. Seriously, this, yeah, that is a beautiful piece. First thing that I'm gonna mention here, color, like the brightness of that red. I think you could kill some of that. Art plateaus only happen when you stop focusing on the right thing. Like when you lose your way and you start, you know, practicing stuff that doesn't necessarily help you in the long run, or you stop being motivated for some reason, and then you don't put as much effort, or you slow down the pace at which you're practicing. But and I mean that's kind of normal, and like for people that become professionals. You know, once you get like into a studio, then you can kind of relax a little bit more. It's not really relaxing, but it's a different kind of growth. Like you're learning directly from other people that are right next to you, getting feedback by. It's just different, and it's as exciting in my opinion. You can get comfortable there. So it's when you get comfortable that you start to plateau. But as long as you continuously challenge yourself, and that you have a reason to keep challenging yourself, no reason why you should hit a plateau. No reason. Yeah. So, yeah. Enough praises. Let's nitpick a little bit in here. Oh, I like what you did with the that too. The umbrella. Maybe I would make the umbrella a little more opaque. Maybe a little more opaque. Either like opaque bright or opaque dark. Either way. Just because you're, I mean, it really works up here. Why am I not drawing anything? Deselect. It works really well up here. Like these two read super nicely. That one, not as well. Like the values, you know, starting to get a little too close to the sky back there. And also like the circularness, the circularity. I think this one here is sticking out just a little more. I mean, even if it's a bit lower than that, I think just like the angle here is just slightly off. I mean, my ellipse is not perfect at all, but just slightly off angle here. And yeah, and like this here kind of gets lost there a little bit too. Maybe it's just a matter of having like a darker building so that's closer to the sky. Not a big issue. They're just kind of losing it in some areas here. And then what I was about to say about the red here, like maybe toning that down when it's more like down here. So that's pretty strong, almost as strong if not more than the red that you have here. Yeah, that's the same saturation, so I would just knock that down a bit. A little dirtier, like she's walking around with that dress, you know, gets like splashes of roads, water, dirt, mud, poop. Just like, because it also creates kind of like this line of action. It's pretty strong, so like yeah, trying to tone that down I think would help. Maybe just the color would do it. You still get like a big line there, like the cup and like the little robot behind. That robot looks sick. Little. But yeah, like having them all kind of like lined up here, it helps again to reinforce that line. Maybe just a matter of like curving that in. Maybe that would do it. Yeah, that would totally solve it. Something like that. And then just like these rocks, I think I would just add a little more polish on them. Like you can see the brush strokes here, and then in the back here the brush strokes are much smaller, so just a slight disconnect there. Usually you'll want to have like that, like the size of the brush strokes diminish with distance, not increase. If they're really small in the back, then you'll want them to have been smaller in the foreground. So just cleaning that up and having maybe a little bit more contrast to match her body. So like maybe going a little darker here in between, pure black. Small details in the rock. The character looks awesome. Really, really good. Fits perfectly in the scene. Perspective works nice. Like maybe in this, like in this plane of the background, you could have a little more contrast, just so that you clearly have more than the background. Not a whole lot though, but maybe just a little more. probably needs a little bit more work than that, but to bring it a little closer. Yeah, I'll stop here. I mean, beautiful piece. Damn. That makes me very proud, although all the work is yours. The amount of hours that you put into this and to make that possible is very impressive, and it clearly paid off. So awesome stuff, Mika. Damn, I'm proud. Moving on to Jared. What's up, Jared? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're also doing well. I took your advice from last week's feedback and decided to challenge myself more on the figure drawing by drawing the skeletons next to the reference rather than drawing directly over them. The skeletons at the bottom of the canvas without a photo attached with them were done with from imagination. Let me know what you think. I dedicated more hours this week towards my studies and have been happy with what I've been able to do now compared to what I'm able to do the week prior. One last thing, do you recommend that I skip the measuring proportion part? The way my tablet is positioned makes it really very awkward to fully extend my arms since I'm looking down. What are some alternatives I could do to improve my observation? Goddamn, can't say it. You better, Vika. You better. So what are some alternatives I could do to improve my observational skills if I do skip it? An alternative without having to do that, which is something that I'm actually add to the class. That's a good point. Would be to just put your pen down, pencil down, whatever it is, and look at the reference for a good 5 minutes, uninterrupted, without any distractions, nothing. Just super calm, like no music, nothing, just silence, the reference, and you looking at it for 5 minutes, trying to look at everything. All right, so the distance between that part and that part is about the same as that other part versus that other part. Seriously, 5 minutes. That should replace it pretty well, and you'll probably do a better job too, observing that way. It's hard to not do that and be distracted. That's the challenge, but that would be kind of a really good alternative to that, to physically measuring it. Hell yeah. So drawing these things next to the reference instead of over them. All right, yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's really, like, the legs here are really nicely done. The arms though, not quite right. Like this one here, that section of the arm is fine, but that one here is coming towards us. So the cylinder instead for the forearm would be more like that, because he's extending the elbows out and then the forearm coming back to hold the ball over his head. And so there's a change in direction here. One is going away from us, the other one's coming towards us. But I think it's a good challenge. And as you work on these, make sure that you really pay close attention to the proportions, So that's why, you know, that's what the observation part, that's what's gonna help with. And like looking at any kind of like anchor points or any kind of reference points here, like you can almost see like there's a big curve there, like a really nice curve. So you could start this way, or at least check after the fact, you know, once you're done with this, can you also create like a nice clean curve this way. Torso maybe could be pushed out a little bit more to make that work better. And that arm here is coming back in slightly. So that also contributes to making that curve a little bit more curvy. Legs here, very nice. Yeah, I think the torso here, like the head could be a little lower maybe. That arm a little bit pointing up. Maybe like this whole thing just closer to the chest. Cylinders are good though here. Maybe like maybe this one here. I like the elbow going a little bit more towards the horizon, and then the forearm maybe a little bit more flat, like parallel to the screen. So maybe more like not that much. Maybe more like that, and then flat like you did it. Here, you know, like the legs would overlap here, so I think you can have them go all the way to the crotch. Otherwise, he's got a really wide crotch. Yeah, so small tweaks left and right. So keep that in mind. But I think that's a good exercise. Really good one. And yeah, it gets harder and harder the more you separate them. So the farther away the reference is, the harder it gets. So keep increasing the difficulty that way. Skeletons above the canvas with a photo attached with them. Don't for imagination. Oh man, that's encouraging. Those are great. From imagination? Hell yeah. So yeah, so volume-wise, I think you have really good. What's the word? Spatial. Not awareness, but spatial. Whatever, I forget the term. But that's very important for artists to be able to position volumes in space and have them look like something. And these all look like people for the most part. Like this one may be a little too foreshortened. Like I think that would work better if the torso here was slightly bigger. Because keep in mind, you know, there's also for the angle, there's a spine in here somewhere. So let's say the spine begins here. That's like those are like the glutes, right? Spine, and then it curves and then into the neck. Yeah, that curve is possible. Just want to make sure that's the case. But overall here, I think the head's a little too small. Like double the head size. I think that'll be better. Maybe not double, but almost. Arms here could be a little bit longer. Like you'll pick up, you know, as you observe more, you'll pick up a lot of those reference points that you'll be able to like self-check as you're drawing. So one that I always refer to, but the length of the arms to make sure, because the arms, you know, sometimes it can be a little hard to measure their length, especially when they're bent and everything. But usually when you have them like resting on the side of your body, you'll be able to cup your crotch, you know, to be able to protect your private parts. And so if you take this whole thing here, rotate it around the joint, around the shoulder joint, does it reach the, oh no. So you can just barely scratch his belly. Not much more than that. So a little too short. You want to have it at least be this long. Then that would be good. But yeah, your cylinders here very convincing. Another thing that you'll be able to spot eventually, like over time, but like a leg from the front here, like you're gonna have the thigh, and the lower leg is always way offset. It's like almost looks broken. It'll be more like that. So your knee will be somewhere here, and then a calf. So yeah, whenever you have like a straight line here, you know something is wrong. Nothing is straight when you consider the volumes, like the bones, the skeleton is straight, but with the muscle mass, you always get curves. And here, maybe it's the back leg that should be coming towards the front a bit more to be more stable, because that would be a hard angle to get. And again, maybe slightly bigger head. But overall, man, it's really good. Very good. And yeah, I mean, once you can do this, you got characters. You know, you can draw any kind of simple characters. Just connect the lines. Of course, the anatomy, you know, that'll come with time. But even with just connecting those lines here, like that's a nice character. It's no longer just a mannequin. You're drawing characters from imagination. Hell yeah. Very cool, Jared. Oh, that helps. Moving on to Sarah. How are we doing on time? All right, I'll do Sarah and then another break, and then we'll wrap this up. What's up, Sarah? So this is my third submission, but I never properly introduced myself, and more importantly, my goals. Yes. If it's your first time posting or submitting something, if you're new to the program, make sure to let me know what your goal is. Very, very useful for me in terms of the feedback that I'll be able to provide. So whatever your goal, you know, it doesn't need to be a professional goal. It can be just a personal goal of being able to draw certain things, or maybe to create your own comic, or maybe it is to work as a professional artist in whatever field. Whatever it is, let me know, because the feedback will change quite a bit depending on what it is. So my dream job would be to draw comics. So draw comics, so your own stories. I'm already kind of doing that by publishing a webcomic on Webtoon, but at the moment it's definitely more of a learning by doing situation to get into paneling and storytelling in this format. I could also see myself in character design though, wherever it will take me. I definitely plan on making art my career. Right on. All right, so serious business. Good to know. So for today's submission, I present to you my unfinished 2-point perspective assignment. It's a high-class brothel. Nice. Brothel from one of my stories that plays out in a heavily 1920s inspired fantasy universe. On the left, you can see some of my inspirations and a reference for this, as well as the rough concept sketch. Ah, yes, very nice. I'm also a big fan of this aesthetic. Very nice. I also include a very rough floor plan that I made for myself to understand where everything should go. Any advice on how to make the design more balanced without making it symmetrical is highly appreciated. I changed some things in my submission from last week. I think it works a lot better now. Right on, Sarah. Right. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's super nice. It looks more cozy, but creepier. And we can feel the depth a lot better. Oh yeah, that looks nice. Approve. Wrong color. Approve. Your 30-second ones are impressive. I mean, there's a lot of information in here. Not that much less than than the ones that that took you 1 minute. So that means definitely looser, but very nice sketches. Head size sometimes, but I mean everybody's got trouble issues with head size at first. Not even at first, but in general when doing gesture drawing. But yeah, just be mindful of that. Yeah, these are very good. Ton of movement in here. Simple, but each each line has a lot of importance. Yeah, those are really nice. So this kind of stuff, especially if you want to do this professionally, this is your bread and butter. You do that often, and you never stop until you die, pretty much. So yeah, keep it up. That's great. Perfect way to warm up. Yeah, honestly, I would focus maybe more on like the 1 minute and those that where you don't use a timer. Sometimes if like the gesture isn't quite there, I'll recommend the 30 seconds because you really don't have time to look at anything else but the overall movement. But with your no timer versions here are really solid. So like, that's the goal, like that's the target that you want to hit every time. All right, let's take a look at this. So, like for buildings, I always think of it as a not always, but like a good way to make a building look not symmetrical is to think of it as like a podium, So you have like a podium, you always have like the number one spot that's the tallest, and then you have kind of another one that's kind of half there, and then one that's a little lower than that. But it's not equally as tall, It's not like you take that one and you double it for the second position, and then you double it, and then you add another one, another third, and then you get to the top. Usually, is it? Maybe it is. Actually, that lines up exactly as I'm doing it. Oops. But I guess that kind of makes sense. Kind of like the rule of thirds. But anyway, it doesn't matter. That aside, think of it this way. So you have always one that's dominant, and then two smaller ones, but they're kind of close. And then you can, of course, like add more details to that. But yeah, imagine like this is kind of like the main one. Then you might have one that's like that one. Maybe it's pretty tall still, but maybe not as wide. And then another smaller one, maybe like another smaller section to the side. And then this way you can never have something symmetrical. Podiums are not symmetrical. And it allows you to kind of organize things roughly before you get started. So in this case, like for that one, yeah, like with the little tower on the side, I would say, like this reminds me a little bit more of a symmetrical podium. So you got like the big chunk in the middle, And then the two sides are kind of equal in visual weight. This one maybe a little bit more narrow that way and taller, but like the volume here is very similar to the volume there. That's a little fatter, but not as tall. And so just try to change the volume of like that side of the podium versus that side. So for example, if this was like very narrow, if there was like really not a whole lot of stuff there, maybe like a tower, and then not much else, and then this way here is a lot busier, then that would work better. It's a little bit less symmetrical, nicer spread of details, reads better, it's more interesting to look at. Or you make the tower huge, or you make you add a lot more, I don't know, like a lot more stuff on this side. Yeah, try to have the two sides, think of it as like a total of detail, like a volume of details, and treat it that way. And then when working on buildings, just like with everything else in art, you know, make sure that you have like a clear focal point, that you arrange everything around that. I mean, it looks like you got that down already here, so nice right there in the center. Can't miss it. Floor plan in here. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'll say to that. Still a little too symmetrical, I'd say, but like take some stuff from one side and then slap it on the other side, and you'll be golden. What the hell? Move on. Actually, not yet, Ryan. Let's take a break. 10-15 minutes, and I'll be back. And then we have what, another 10-11 to do. I'll see you in a little while. I need to go eat something. I'm starving. And if you've been sitting down this whole time, don't do that. Go loosen out your legs. I'll see you in a little bit. Alright, let's keep going. I have to change my shirt. I ate too fast and spilled all over. Noob mistake. All right, let's keep going. Ryan, what's up? So, hope you're doing well as well. I've been working more towards my university portfolio and decided showing them work, which includes 3D, would really blow them away when they're looking for beginner fundamental knowledge. I kind of wondered if you knew any kind of way for me to render a massive pile of coin and treasure behind the chest without tearing my hair out, rendering every last coin. Of course. I'll show you how. Treasure coin pile. Alright, let's try to find a good one. Maybe this will do. Control new. Come on. Alright, it's a horrible resolution, but whatever. Let's clean this up here a little bit. Get rid of those that are not complete. All right. Perfection. Just the contrast here a little bit. We want to keep just the black. Something like that. Saturation down. That should be pretty good. All right, let's create a brush with that. Brush preset, and then we're gonna go in here. We're gonna brush tip. Let's increase that spacing a bit, 60%. No scattering, shape dynamics, flip that way. So it's a little bit more random. Roundness maybe a little bit to add some. Oh, no. To add some variety. Size. No size jitter. That's fine. Brush tip shape. Transfer. New brush preset. Go. Alright, see you later. Let's try to detail this stuff here. So the angle probably not gonna be exactly what you want, but where did my brush go? Here we go. Minimum diameter. I don't want that to change too much. Size jitter a little bit. Alright. That should do it. And now some darker color. Ooh. Maybe a little more goldy. Ooh. Maybe a little more yellow. Ooh. So man, something like that. At least as a start, a starting point, and then you can like add some details, add some extra details where you need them. Like maybe some of these coins like reflect a little bit more light. Add some variety in there. This way you only have to focus on like a few of them, and focus the details wherever you want them, and then you can easily get something pretty cool this way. So I mean, obviously you can probably make a better brush than this, but that would be the go-to. So whenever you have to do something at scale, custom brushes are your friends. And then if you're going to like a more like traditional university, what they will want is just it's all the basic stuff, you know. Like I don't think they'll be able to appreciate 3D. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm completely wrong. So I don't know the school. I don't know anything about it. But usually they'll want stuff like fundamentals, you know, like gesture drawings, really good gesture drawing, anatomy sketches, some perspective drawings that you constructed, like a cityscape that's when all the buildings are drawn with like vanishing lines, all that stuff. What else? Yes, sculpting. If you have either traditional sculpting or 3D sculpting, but like just purely the sculpt, like colors, kind of irrelevant, materials irrelevant. I would think that kind of stuff. So a lot of studies like environment paintings, but based in, you know, like reality. Yeah, it's all like older school, you know, fine arts, old school stuff. Usually that's what gets them excited. But other than that, that's a cool little scene here. I don't know if you're using references for this, but you should. You should always. What does that remind me of? Yeah, I would look at maybe like screenshots from games that are in kind of like this angle, and try to do like similar stuff, similar colors, similar moods, but you know, but with your own twist to it. Like an actual like level layout, like with a layout that would make sense for a video game. So like in here, I try to avoid having something like this where it's, you know, where it's a texture that you kind of adjust in perspective and applied. It's kind of even throughout, so there's like a lot of nice stuff that you could do with that to break it up, to make it a little bit more handcrafted, like gradients. So treating different areas here is slightly different. So like on the edge or on the edges, maybe there's a little bit more weathering, so maybe it's a little darker on the center. Multiply. So like some imperfections, maybe some of those tiles are a little busted. Some are different colors. Maybe some stick out a bunch more. And then around here, if it's you have the gold, yeah, you can totally have a different color here to present that there's some light in there. So yeah, essentially just making it look a little bit more handcrafted. Some gold here, so yeah, so the lights. Let's do hard light for that, maybe. And like it's overall, it's pretty bright in here to have candles, and for the candles to really have an impact. Maybe if we can darken this, I don't see that often, but the darkening this might help. I can make this a little bit more moody. What's happening with me? Make it darker, what? But here next to the gold can be a little shiny, and then the back can be dark and just pushing that ambience. Anyways. Yeah, so maybe something like that where it's more like an environment rather than like a 3D like gamey thing. I feel like most universities just don't like have this averse reaction to anything that's game related. It's almost like, and this is just like a preconceived notion, I guess, but so many times I've just seen like either my friends or people that I know that from work, or just stuff that I've read online, like from some people that mostly people that I know, but you know, they were in school, and then the teacher's always on their back because they're trying to go into games, and so they do stuff that's a little bit more gamey, and the teachers, they want fine art, that's what they want. And it's very different, the two. So if you can kind of bridge the gap in between, make it more like an environment. So maybe instead of having it like stop right there, and of course you're not done with this, but you know, instead of having it stop right there, maybe you continue that a little bit more. So it's more like almost like you're shedding a spotlight on an environment, and then everything that the light is hitting then gets revealed. Everything else is kind of black. in there. So that could be kind of like a cool look to it. Yeah, something else a little bit less rigid, like something that could be maybe just a random environment. Like in a storybook or something. Anyways, hope that helps, right? Why am I in a window? No, there we go. Hannah. What's up? I like that. I can always tell that it's Hannah without even looking at the name. What's up, Hannah? I have had a great week. Hope you did as well. So here are some character designs that I've made recently. Lawrence is part of my comic with Livio. He's a professor at VV school and a main character. Yes, the teacher. I remember him. Zephyllus is a redesign of an old character of mine. He's an angel and a part-time singer and a part-time gardener. Typical. What things would you personally change about the designs and what you particularly like? All right. Oh, that was good. That looks solid. Clean. Very clean. The only thing I'll say here is his forearm's too high. So if you were to hold something, like point at something, it looks like he's doing that. Very minor thing, but if you just lowered it. Like down here, and I also like this hand compared to that one. Maybe a little too big. About like 3%, what was that? 4%? Shoulder, elbow. Something feels a little more natural. I feel like that would be a better length, but maybe even lower. I'm just looking at this elbow, right? There's not a whole lot of perspective going on in the scene, and so the elbow is down here for that shoulder. Then probably, you know, if we line this up, yeah, probably have an elbow down there at least, and maybe the forearm could be pushed forward even more. Actually, if that's the elbow. So just slight proportion issue there. Everything else, super nice. Love the text here. Super aesthetic. I don't know if it exists or something. If you got that from somewhere, or it's just like out of your noggin. but it looks good. And then part-time gardener singer. I don't know why this cracks me up. It's like the two hobbies that have nothing to do in common. It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like a chef, biker, and then a little bit more salt. I love it. Very nice wings. I feel like they're bigger here though than they are there. Maybe it's just the angle. But like that would be kind of like the first joint, the wrists, and then the fingers. Maybe more like that. So maybe like the structure could be a little bit tighter. That looks great here. Actually, no. This one here maybe a little too big in comparison to the other one, because he's not like facing us directly, and the wings are almost perfectly mirrored right now, about the same size, right? Pretty much. But he's slightly tilted, so like one of the wings should be a little bit more in perspective than the other one, or at least like smaller, because the center is, because he's not in the center, he's like twisted a bit. So maybe like that one could be like that, or maybe just add some perspective to it, you know? Kind of like that, yeah, that'll probably work. Just a little bit of perspective to match his torso rotation. Very subtle, but I think it helps. Love the pose here. That is very nice. Yeah, nothing to say about that pose. Nailed it. The wings still, like I said earlier, but pose itself, very nice, good proportions. Love the hand movement. Yeah, no question as to what he's doing here. And then this one, two areas that I think you could look into. First, his arms. And like the t-shirt. It's a little girly. Maybe, you know, maybe he's into men, that's fine. And if that's the case, then it looks proper gay. But yeah, like for like a more manly man, if that was the intention, I don't know, whatever is fine. But if you know, if it were me, I would probably want something a little longer to cover part of the shoulders a bit more. Because they simply don't make shirts with such short sleeves for men, typically at least. And muscle wise, yeah, his guns are. I think it's just the length of it, maybe. Like it feels like the mass of the muscle kind of should stop right here and then turn into more like just more tendons. Yeah, that would feel better. Same with this here, like the mass of it would kind of stop there, and then down there would be kind of just tendons, so not a whole lot of volume. And I think shading wise, yeah, you would probably want to have something like that, a little bit higher. Yeah, that's it. I think it was just a little too low. I mean, that guy has to be gay, right? I would think, and if that's the case, then the sleeves were perfect. Definitely looks more feminine. And I'm not saying I garden too. I like to sing. I suck at singing, but it's just like everything about him, like the outfits, just everything is feminine, and so that's just what I'm getting out of this design. But either way, let me know. still, I feel like this might be a little high. Like that's definitely too feminine. I think if anything, the belt will be like much lower, you know, so that we can see a little bit more of the like the bottom abs. That's more sexy. But that's like usually the belt will be a little bit lower, and then you can see kind of like the V going into the crotch, right? And also like his hips, a little bit of a too much of a curve, I'd say here. Like the waist will continue into the hips, like pretty straight down. And if anything, if there's any curve here, it'll be when the legs begin. So square butt, and then legs kind of sticking out. A good amount of gap in between the legs. Unlike women, there's less. Yeah, there's usually a bit more of a gap. It's for comfort. So just skinnier legs all around. Yeah, fit a male body a little bit more without changing his more colorful style. But if I got that completely wrong, if he's supposed to be like a manly straight dude, then I would probably recommend that you lower the sleeves, like I said, lower sleeves that hug the biceps, hug the guns, and like probably no colors like so. No, I'm not even gonna mention that for sure. There's no doubt. But yeah, hope that helps, Hannah. Other than that, like his face super well constructed. I love the style. Like I love how you do the ears. It's kind of unique to you. I like it. Really cool style. Really clean line art. Nice, you know, like you can easily trace like a symmetry line here down the face, and it's like right on the money. Very well constructed. So yeah, there's just a little bit of an issue like with the standing pose when he's around his hips. So adjusting that a little bit more gap in between the legs, and then adjusting the biceps, and then you're golden. If he's not meant to be gay, I'm sorry, because all my feedback went in that direction. Luke, what's up, Luke? So this week I wanted to do a bit of a background work. It's not something I've practiced often in the past, so I've decided to just do a freestyle sketch from imagination to see where my skill is at. I didn't have a plan going in, so I just blocked in some shapes as buildings in grayscale using a hard brush. Right on. I couldn't figure out how to combine the piece as it was clear that my visual library was lacking, so I decided to leave it unfinished and focus on some studies from reference. I noticed some self-critiques. I'd like to get your feedback on the finish. All right. Ooh, that's cool. That's a cool angle. Kind of like a like a third-person shooter game, but it's a painting. Nice. So focusing on the background, right? So table reflection of perspective. Table reflection. I don't know. Like the table reflection looks pretty good to me. I mean, you would, depending on how reflective it is, you might be able to see some of these buildings in there too. You know, kind of very lightly, like whatever's in the background. But maybe not. Maybe you can just see like a little bit of reflection. If it's kind of more like a glossy, less mirror-like surface. In that case, you can just like fade it out at the bottom there. That looks good. That's really good, the table. So wall creates a divide in the overall picture. This wall, you mean? The center? Background doesn't follow the rule of thirds. Clear as to she's aiming out. Yeah, so the aim. That's right. I don't know. That's a big problem. Because the focus, it depends on what the focus is. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, the table reflection in the wall. I see. Right. Spotted that a little late. I mean, that's a tricky one to do, because if you can see the table, then you can probably see her too. So, like you would probably have like front of her dress here, darker, but wherever she is, and then whatever is in the background, So I would probably think that if you can see the reflection of the table this well, you can probably see everything that's behind her as well. So I would probably guess it's not black. It must be like maybe the rest of the restaurant, maybe a bunch of other tables back there. It's almost like you're like you can almost ignore the fact that this is a reflective surface and just keep drawing as if you're looking from the other side, looking at the restaurant. So maybe there's like a person sitting there, like back there. Maybe there's like a chair here sitting there. And then like that would be the reflection of whatever's behind. Because there's no 3-point perspective, right? So it's like a 2-point perspective. Yeah. Everything here is completely straight. It's just it probably wouldn't be black. It would be like whatever, like a restaurant back there. I don't know. If you have like some lights, maybe some little candles on the table, like people there, maybe like the backdrop of the restaurant, like the floor, probably be able to see too. That's a tricky one, and I probably either would use a reference for that. There's really no point in trying to figure that out if you're not like sure of what it should look like. So like find a reference, start there, and then next time, having used that reference the first time, then you can try to kind of recall what you did, and give it a shot again from imagination, but with some visual library. So personally, I would just kind of get rid of that reflection. It's not like it doesn't add that much anyways to the painting. Like I didn't even notice at first. So what's important here is she's important. She's the focal point. Whatever she's pointing at, it would be cool if there was something back there. So kind of acting as a level designer in a video game, where you guide the player with light. That's a huge tool that they always use. And so it could just be like there's one spot back there that's a little bit more lit up, so it could be like that, those people hanging out there. Maybe there's a lamp here, some bistro lights, and these people back there having a good time, like these at the front of the building or to the side of the wall, to the side of the ceiling, the rooftop. Maybe they don't matter, just chatting away. But maybe those people under this area right here, maybe outside of the frame here, maybe it's like a bigger restaurant, like a bar. And so there's gonna be more lights coming from there. Light on the ground. And I'm just doing whatever, but then of course she's not even pointing there. But wherever she's pointing, maybe it's them, and then maybe there's like a lamppost here lighting these people up. Wherever she's aiming at, I would light it up as if there's like a literal spotlight on top of it, and it's very clear what she's looking at. Everything else is kind of dark and shadows, but lighting up the spot where she's aiming at, because then it makes it pretty obvious that's what she's looking at. What else? It's all dark anyways. That's the only thing she can see. I really like her pose though. It's a really good pose. Yeah, and then in the back here, the lighting is gonna play a big part too. So the cityscape especially is very rarely this dark. It's gonna be quite bright on the opposite even at night. So let's brighten her up. Let's go darken. The moonlight illuminating all that stuff. It's probably gonna be I mean, for a night shot, it's always nice to have the moon out, because then it gives you like an extra light source to make the scene more interesting. So yeah, the moon shining down on this whole scene. So now we have colors. All right, so she's looking at something interesting. And then yeah, you know, warming up, like shedding a spotlight on whatever she's aiming at. But this way also, like the buildings don't take up much importance anymore. You know, it's fine that there's a split in the middle. If everything is a little bit washed out, you don't really notice too much. Just one example, it could be a completely different color, whatever. It could be like a cyberpunk type of city where there's a bunch of colors everywhere, a bunch of neon lights. It could be like a smaller village type of city where it's just cozy, just a few, you know, warm lights all over the place. But still, it's a city. It's full of energy, full of electricity, full of lights. And so, I want to light this up. And then yeah, she would also probably get some of that moonlight. You know, you have a little bit of light on her hair here. Could add some more from the moon. On top of the gun too, to make it shine even more. Maybe like some really shiny parts, catching a lot of highlights. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of stuff that you could do with that. It's a really cool base. You know, there's a lot of directions where you could take this, and the composition works pretty well. So the only thing that maybe doesn't work as well is that, like, the white dress here in the corner, that attracts a little bit too much attention. It's a little too heavy visually. So I think we could just darken that, or maybe just give her a different colored dress. Just darken it partially. Now, that's no longer a problem. Yeah, all of that, you know, preferably you would have done that in the grayscale already, with the like the lighting and all that stuff. I mean, not necessarily the lighting actually, but for a light scene, it's more like if you don't do the lighting in the grayscale, you should not be able to tell if it's a night scene or whatever. You know, if it's a day scene or a night scene, it doesn't matter. Shading doesn't care. That's gonna be lighting after. And so in here, if anything, I would brighten this up, make it a little bit lighter so that you can see all your details really nicely. Make sure that you focus on the contrasts and different planes. So in the foreground here, you're gonna have a lot of contrasts, right? So going pure black and going really bright whenever you have a highlight. On the table here. And then for everything back there, then the contrast starts to drop. Oops. So a little bit lighter overall. Actually, don't need to do that. Just go with lighter color. So that the silhouettes don't stand out too much. probably... making that... a little bit brighter, and then the middle ground, adding a little bit more contrast. Like the middle ground, that's this building right here. Just want to make sure that it's kind of like an in-between step in terms of the like the values that you're able to use between the foreground and the background. Because right now it's very similar to the background. So let's increase the contrast here just a bit. Make it seem like it's not too far. It's a building, but it's not too far away. Yeah, anyways, in this process, you know, what's most important that you don't keep in mind, or you don't consider the lights at all. That's later, and so contrast level for the most parts. More contrast in the foreground, less as you go deeper in the scene, and then guiding the eyes with lights if the focus is not on the main character. A lot of stuff here. Hold the house, Luke. Yeah, a lot of really cool stuff you can do with that. Moving on to... Hold on a second. Who dat? Jason. You're very welcome. Alright, Jason. Ooh, that's good. So, I did this character sheet a month ago, and I'm wondering if it's good enough for a portfolio piece for entering concept art and animation. If not, what would you change? Concept art and animation. Those are nice. Yeah, so for animation, it's gonna be a lot of poses. So focus on poses, facial pose, like facial expressions as well. Excuse me. So yeah, those are great. But yeah, actually you have a little bit of everything in here. So what would be important that maybe you don't have in here would be kind of her idle pose. You know, like when she's not doing anything, what does she look like? Probably not like that. So I think like if anything, I would replace this one here, the one that's more in like a T pose, more stiff, into what the hell? Oh, there we go. Into more of like her default stance. You know, is she kind of gloomy, kind of emo, you know? Or is she like really proud, always standing tall, or is she just like a little seductive? Ooh. Or yeah, whatever. Like imagine her in a show and like in a series, and she's just talking to some dude on I don't know, in the village. What would she look like? How would she stand? Because probably that's gonna be seen a lot. You know, characters in idle poses. That's a really, really important one. So yeah, so I would maybe replace that one. Love the colors in here. Very, very nice colors. Love her design too. It's not too complicated, but it's unique. It's different. Like maybe in here, like proportion-wise, she changes a little too much. Like she seems pretty thick, you know, like thick legs, boom. But in this one here, seems a lot slender. Here she's thick again, So just, you know, making sure that this is consistent, because that's gonna change your pose to like your you know, your body weight. It all affects how you're standing. I like this. This has a lot of character. But yeah, she definitely feels a little bit more chunky in these. Maybe it's just like the size of the knee. I think that's a big knee. If we're a little more slender, that'd probably be more like this instead. But anyways, not a problem. Whatever. She chunky, that's fine. Just yeah, she just would need to eat a little bit more, or work out a little bit more her legs, hit the gym. So in terms of like the content of this design sheet, it's really good, really solid. Like I said, only this one I think I would change into an idle pose. I love how you laid out everything. Maybe it's a little wide, you know, like you could maybe like cram stuff a little closer together so that the layout's not so wide and spread out. But in terms of content, very nice. What I would work on would be the anatomy. It's pretty good already, pretty damn good, but just making sure it's bulletproof. And like you know, animations, like sometimes they're gonna simplify the details in a certain way that makes it easier to animate. I would look at a bunch of animation portfolios. Maybe you've done it, maybe you've done that already. I see like the kinds of shapes that they use, like maybe to the point of like stylizing stuff maybe a little bit more, like, you know, the arms a little smaller, maybe making them bigger, like just chunkier, like maybe wider shoulders, like exaggerating it a little bit more, because when stuff is moving on the screen, it's a big difference between that and like a static character. So you almost always want to push things, to exaggerate things a bit so that they read better. So if she's, you know, meant to be a warrior, like make her, you know, give her wider shoulders and like maybe like bigger forearms. I'll try to. Nah, whatever. Don't need to look at anything. Yeah. So I mentioned the anatomy, just like this hand here, a little hard to draw for animation, so I would find ways to simplify that, simplify the fingers, like what you can do to the fingers themselves to make it, I don't know, to make it simpler to draw. I don't know exactly. Like the details here. Do you really need that? How do you simplify the elbows? Like that should be consistent also. Like maybe it's like a Hercules style, you know, just like a swirl, and that's gonna be the shape language for everything. I'm not saying do that, but you know, just as an example, how to keep things consistent. But yeah, overall, very nice, very nice. Just some small proportion issue, like these knees a little shaky anatomy wise. The hands not quite the same, both of them. Again, like that arm feels a little skinny compared to like this one maybe. That one feels a little bit more slender than that one. Like she doesn't feel like she's got as much shoulders, maybe. Same thing with that. Could probably make that a lot wider. Just looking at her here, you know, she's got much narrower shoulders in comparison. So it's just a little bit of that. It's minor stuff, but you know, if you're aiming for like professional quality, that stuff really has to be tight. But it's already really good. So well done. Hope that helps. Moving on to Sami. What's up, Sami? Nice and sunny? Nope. It's June gloom around here. It's been gloomy for the last couple days. For the past 2 weeks, I still have been doing my head studies, and here's what I've got to show for them. Since I'm at a decent level now, what course of action would you remember? White background, dark texts. Dark background or light text? Since I'm at a decent level now, what course of action do you think I should take? Start doing full-bodied figures on top of these studies, delve into more specific subject themes, judging on what I've been submitting throughout. Give me your best advice on what I should look at next. I'm kind of lost after I finish doing my anatomy studies. Right on. Head studies. Right. That's really good. Just with this one here, yeah, like the back anatomy, I would look into that some more. It's a really tricky pose, but yeah, so we're gonna have right there, that's gonna be like where the clavicles and the scapula kind of merge or kind of connect, like to create the joint of the shoulder. This is the back of the hold on. I'm not looking at here. So trapezius, kind of like that. Yeah, so this is like the spine of the scapula right here. So actually the trapezius just really narrow her. She's really skinny. So trapezius goes like that into the neck. So this is going to be the spine of the scapula, I think. And that's where the shoulder, back of the shoulder is going to attach. Like the posterior head of the delt attached there. We have the middle head right there. Down here probably have like the rest of the triceps, and then your latissimus dorsi going towards the sacrum. So making sure that you have like those things in place. It's gonna affect the shading. Like you can't really see past that line, but in yours you can, and so I want to make sure that this is on point. The trapezius here. So yeah, the anatomy here, I think I would double check that for the back, like the start of the back, neck, top of the, like around the shoulders, and just the back in general. So that's traps. Jesus goes like this into the neck. Spine of the scapula, going into the back. Here we're gonna have the middle head, the posterior head, bicep, tricep, latissimus dorsi, teres major, rotator cuff groups, essentially all this here. So just some shading adjustment here based on the anatomy. But it's a face study, it's a portrait study, so the portrait itself looks very good. Maybe it feels like this eye is open, that one is closed. Maybe it's supposed to be closed? No. So in that case, I think it's just a little too low. I think you'd probably be able to see part of it from the angle that you have here at least. Or maybe not at all. Maybe you don't see anything. Maybe just the eyelashes. I think it's just like it's not quite on the same line here. Looking at the eyebrows, the mouth, the nose. I think it was just a little too low before. One hour. That's good. That's pretty good. All right. I mean, if you're interested in doing like full body figures, go for it. You know, it's fun, it's challenging, but fun. Oh, there you are. just saw a message. It depends. It kind of depends on your goal. I feel like I probably forgot what the goal was. If you mentioned it, if that's the case, I'm sorry. But for portraits, I think I would start to look at portraits where you can combine, like that's something that I've mentioned to a lot of students in the past, but like combining two portraits into like one study. So let's say you find like, let's see, like that one, I would find another reference that has maybe like a completely different lighting setup, and then use the structure of that one, so like the anatomy, the face structure of this guy, and use the light setup from a completely different photo. And so it forces you to really look at like the surface of the face, the different volumes, how to treat that with your shading, visual development. Right on. Yeah, so that would be a great exercise. Because then you can't just, you know, copy. I know that's not what you're doing. There's a process here, you know, there's an observation, analysis, and all that stuff. But to push that even more, to really understand the face well, and yeah, and kind of, you know, make sure that these kinds of mistakes, that you can spot them, that you develop the observation to spot those. Having two different portraits, I think is huge. It's really good exercise. Highly recommend. Yeah, this is going to force you to work on shading too, because your shading is pretty good. It's like a little intense sometimes. Like this one here, a little too dark on that side. I would probably recommend that you brighten this up. Because now it looks like it's just like this eye is so creepy now. I mean, maybe that's by design. The completely black eye. Yeah, it's probably by design, right? But even like the cheek here, you know, there would be a little bit of light if like the side of her nose here is lit. There's probably a little bit of like leftover light that would land on the cheek, and if not, maybe some light bouncing around in the scene, you know. So maybe the lights here goes into her cheek, boom, bounces right into her eye. That registers as like a really bright spot. All right, maybe there's another light particle that bounces back, doesn't touch anything, but touches like the table that's right in front of her, and then back on her cheek on the opposite side. And so when you have such a like bright spot on on an area of a face or a character or whatever it is, usually you can expect there's gonna be a good amount of bounce light associated with that. And so that's gonna light up your shadows. Essentially, that's what it's gonna do. You have a little bit already, right? Like that rim light, kind of that idea, but just pushing that even more so that you can really feel the volume from any angle. Because you see the volumes really nicely here, like nice shading, like you can see the surface of the face well, and the shadows not as well, it's just too dark. So light this up. So this way you get to practice on all angles. You get to see the symmetry. Now she looks like super old. Ah, grandma. But yeah, that kind of stuff. So be careful when shading about the contrast. You don't want too much contrast. Like this, not the best reference for shading. I would definitely recommend you to find images that are better lit than that have a clear 2 lights, at least like one on each side, like a dominant light and then another one, but this is just kind of like residual light from, I don't know. This is bounce light, there's just so little. Like it would be a much better study if it were like that instead, because then you can really see the volumes. It's not so much the end result that matters, it's what you can see, what you can observe out of it. And seeing the whole face, both sides equally-ish well lit, I think it's better. Better to learn. This one is nice. Love the lights, love the colors in here. I mean, if anything, I think I would make that a little bit brighter, just to help the focal point. It's really bright up here, very saturated, and then you have like some colorful flowers, plants back there. Her face is bright, not that bright. Maybe could bring more attention to her face, so it's even more intense. Kind of like that more dreamy haze, yeah, something like that. Very nice. Hope that helps. Moving on to Charlotte. What's up, Charlie? Made this this week. I've been self-isolating, so I've been really grateful for this course as a fun way to keep busy. Here is what I've been working on from term 2. I'd like to ask if I'd like to ask for any general feedback on how these could be improved, but I also wanted to ask a question. I really enjoy learning about paths. Can't ever say these damn words. THS. Impossible to say. Simply impossible. As it was completely new to me, I wondered what kind of art are you more likely to use? Paths. Right. The pen tool. Would you use that a lot? Would you use it a lot when it comes to art, for example, or is it more graphic design? Definitely more graphic design. I don't think. Got it, Sami. Have a good night. Yeah, that's like something that's definitely more towards graphic design. It's like a tool that, you know, graphic designers will use all the time when they use Illustrator, Adobe Illustrator. That's why they don't need Photoshop as much, because they don't need brushes, that kind of stuff. What's cool with paths is that they can scale up and down to infinity and beyond. So you can do like a tiny logo with like the pen tool, and then scale it up super big if you want to stamp it on the side of a building, for example. And then all the crispness is gonna be retained. So it's really good for that. It's good for like promotional material, like stickers, logos, like web content, like box design, that kind of stuff. But there are some artists that use it for everything, and they can create like some really cool stuff. Actually makes me think of them. I'm just not that good with it. I use it for like for stupid stuff like when I do my intros on YouTube and I need like to crop out my head, I'll use paths for it because that's the only tool I have in Premiere. That's the extent of it. Probably not the best example or the best use for it. Illustrate. Yeah, like this guy. This guy uses vector art. Uses vectors for everything. So that's all pen tool, all that stuff, like all the shading. That's all. Like you could scale it up and down to infinity, and it would still work. So you can create some really cool stuff with it. It's a lot more technical. You know, there's a lot more management, a lot more layer management. But you can do a lot of stuff with it. But when you're using vectors to do art, you can't do that. That's impossible. You can't do that. It's all math based, and then this is not math based. You know, like this line that does whatever. It would be a lot harder to recreate that with vectors. It feels more restrictive. But anyways, let's take a look at these little guys. The creatures made with paths and a pen tool. Instead of gradients, I wanted to try out shading methods from this lesson. So that's something that you wouldn't be allowed to do, you know, if you were to do like promotional art. So let's say you wanted to make like pins out of these, or like a t-shirt, you know, something that's clean, made for print. The shading, like the hand shading, wouldn't work because you wouldn't be able to scale it up or down and maintain the same quality. So but you know, whatever. The end result's all that matters here. It's not like you're gonna print those, right? Really nice. Really cute. Like what I would recommend, like to make them feel like more like 3D even, would be to treat them as like super simple volumes. And like exactly what I'm about to do now with just like a simple sphere, doing the same with these guys here. So like that duck, you know, like the duck head, for example, that could be just that. Boom. And then the bright spots on it. Lock it. That kind of stuff. And then you treat, you know, like the body the same way. So maybe duplicate that. Well, not the whole thing. And like, don't build it this way, but I'm just redoing it for to show you kind of like the look that you could aim for, and then you can kind of blend the two here. Oh. To make into like one little ducky going, like one little shape. And this way it feels a little bit more, you know, 3D, like you could hold it and like, ooh, play with it. And then if you want to have like some extra lights towards the top here, everything that's facing up, you can add a little bit more lights. Oh no, layer's not locked. Damn you, Photoshop! There you go. So just quick trick. To get quick, easy shading. Hacks! Whoa. But yeah, really cool. They're really cute. And video game box design. That works nice. Very nice. My only feedback with this would be maybe like the side text here like doesn't read too well from a distance. Instead of having it stacked, you could just have it, you know, kind of like the long form that way, and then you make that bigger. Boom, and then it reads from any distance. Let's say it's like a book, right? Or let's say it's stacked in like a library. You can see the side text better from a longer distance. My mouth is starting to give up on talking. But other than that, very clear. Very nice here, like bright text against the black, against the dark backgrounds. One thing I might recommend to make that slightly more aesthetic would be to like, you see how you have kind of like this little kind of this little ball in there. Maybe put the heroes in there. I mean, you can make that a little wider too. There's not gonna be enough space. Making that a little wider, so you have a bigger bowl. And then you put the heroes in there. Maybe like stretch it out. Like it's coming out of this thing here. And then the blue can take more space. Just trying to use like all the different elements that you have. There we go. Trying to make the design like work as if everything was planned, you know, like I'm gonna have a little indent here in my image so that the heroes have some place to be. The heroes text. And like this is forced, you know, obviously it wasn't designed to be like this, but it feels like, you know, if it were done better on my part, that could have been the case. And then the blue heroes, maybe like when you have two words, always cool to have like different colors. If one word is more important than the other one, like which one do you want to bring the attention to? And it's kind of like in like any typical illustration, you want to have a focal point, like something that attracts more of the attention. Same thing with text. So maybe it's the heroes here. That's a little bit more wrong layer. Maybe that's more blue, or maybe that's completely white text. Maybe it's against like a dark background, so it stands out some more. Maybe it's just wider. Just trying to make it like pop some more. Contrast is your friend. Contrast between those two, you know. This is a little bit darker with a color, and this is brighter, no color. Contrast between the two. Anyways, hope that helps. But really nice, very, very nice. Love this illustration. All right, moving on to Curtis. So this is what I've got for this week. I designed this abomination, and I'd like to know what you think of it. Most people have shown it to seem to hate it. So I think I'm on the right track. I also did a couple more studies of hands and feet. The feet were mostly done with reference, but I think I did all the hands without. Looking for general feedback. Got it. Oh. Yes. Yes, Photoshop. Bruh. Yo, those are nice. think like maybe for this one here to work. Yeah, very good hands. Very, very good feet studies. Just love the construction of them. Just everything is nice, makes sense. Maybe this one here, like toe is a little small for the like the body of the foot. Be a little bigger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like these. Oh, can feel those tendons in there. Very nice. That side a little lower on the outside, higher on the inside. Beautiful. Otherwise. And then, oh my god. Jesus. Yep, that's a nightmare-inducing face. The hair too. Oh my god. Well, I'm a fan of his head. I like that. That's nasty, man. Imagine like when he opens the mouth, because the jaw is here, it goes all the way there, so when he opens, like huge ass mouth. I want to see that. Like a snake, you know, legit snake can open the mouth as wider than the body. Hell yeah. The balance feels pretty good in here. You know, it's very front heavy, but there's enough of an angle here to support himself. Maybe he could have a bigger tail just to help with balance. I'm trying to think of like, is there one action that he would do, or one that he couldn't do because he would fall on his face? There's like this huge chunk of meat right there. That's gotta be heavy. Especially since, you know, in there it's mostly just air, you know, just the lungs. If you had like a bigger tail, a longer tail, maybe not. Maybe they'll need it. Like trying to imagine, you know, if he's like on the side of the cliff, he's like looking down the cliff. He probably dies. Probably fall right in. But yeah, no, just walking like that, the balance is nice. It's just, love the muscle version. Super weird to have like two sets of trapezius, two sets of clavicles, not clavicles, scapulas rather. But if anything, with a quadruped, it would make more sense. So yeah, no problem here. The hair though, I like it. You know, it makes it super creepy. Just like anytime you have something creepy, just hair, it just looks weird, but in a good way, in a good nasty way. Not nasty, creepy is the word. Yeah, unsettling. Maybe though, I would treat it more like a real animal, like more like human in the front, more like a mane. Not like a mane, but like more like a haircut in the front, and then more like a mane in the back, maybe. You know, so like having that kind of phase off, but gradually, almost like it turns to like it gets a little small, like a chimera or something. Yes, sex. Sex stupid. Six stupid sounds stupid. Quadruped. Six stupid. But yeah, anyways, having the hair, yeah, turn into more like a mane, you know, like a lion, where it just gets less and less intense as it goes down the back. Maybe you could have a little bit of fur here in the back of the legs. Nah. Take that back. It just looks like pubes. It just look weird. Looks bad. Yeah, having more of a gradient so that it's not just like this big black mass, but instead feels more like, you know, it's part of the animal. It just grows that way. I really like it. It's really cool. The only thing though, like with the horns, feel like that would probably, he would probably stab himself like this, unless they're like wide enough, you know, unless like they stick out this way. It doesn't really read this way. It reads more like they're parallel. Like if he were to like lift the head, like wouldn't that like impale him like right in the shoulder? You killed yourself. You fooled yourself. That's the only thing, maybe. So if it were to curve sooner, I think maybe that'd be better. And if they're like wide enough, you know, like they kind of go this way instead of just straight back. I mean, the profile shot looks super cool this way. Just like functionality. In other angles, it might not work. Just something to keep in mind. But man, you need to do a version where he's got his mouth open. Super cool, Curtis. Thanks ahead for the nightmares tonight. Laura, by the time you're reading this, I'm probably already asleep. Probably. It's been a long day. Been a little chattier today than usual. So during this week, I tried to study those study poses with foreshortening. I really want to get better at drawing characters in dynamic poses, and also watch your video on YouTube regarding foreshortening. I tried to construct a pose, excuse me, in the picture with a simplified skeleton, which you introduced in anatomy class term 3 and 4. I'd like to know if I'm on the right track with learning foreshortening and dynamic poses, or should I go back to practice drawing simple shapes and space more? Could you please point out any mistakes I made in these, or give general advice? I didn't spend too much time on the face or hands because I mainly wanted to focus on perspective and the pose itself. I'm still practicing to use my whole arm when drawing and not only the hands alone, which causes a bad quality in the lines. It's already hard for me to get used to this, but I hope to get better drawing for my shoulder. Yeah, that one is tricky. Like, to be honest, I learned that super late. Not learned because I knew it, but I never applied it, and it really makes a big difference in just like the quality of your lines. I was just stubborn for too long. I didn't have anybody telling me, you know, do that or another way, or that's better, that's not good. So I kind of just went with what was easier, the path of least resistance. But that's not the best. Yeah, like nice clean brush strokes. You can really only get that with the shoulders. Like, you don't see me moving right now, you don't see my arm moving, but my elbow is not touching anything. It's just like boom, boom, boom. For smaller details, obviously you can go slower, but yeah, those big lines, the lines that matter, like the silhouette lines, like around the head, you know, like to get a circle like this, it's really hard. I mean, you can't do it. It's just really hard with just the wrist, and you're kind of limited to having a small circle like this. If you want to draw a big one, no way you can draw this without moving your entire shoulder. Boom, boom. Anyhow, let's take a look. like a good way to imagine the joint here would be to Moco here all over the place. Would be to treat it more as like a cylinder, like a standing cylinder. So think of it that way. And just draw a cylinder that way too. I think it makes it easier to visualize. Because then you're, yeah, circle, cylinder coming towards us, cylinder for the start of the joint. And then you have kind of like this other cylinder kind of hooking up behind that, and then just stemming again from that as another cylinder. It's kind of like you have this here, and then the other one goes like joink. So like considering this whole fist as like just a big cylinder that's holding this way. But that looks very convincing. Great reference too, like it's really, really good when you can find references for foreshortening that have those lines. Very useful. Nice, very nice. This one, like the angle here, like her, I think it's just a little bit more this way. I love what you did with the legs. I think that's pretty damn spot on. But that one, I think, just attached a little higher here. Like taking that whole box and kind of pushing it that way. So that you have like this nice slope going into the stomach. And then the top of the body kind of changes direction. So oink. But as opposed by itself, you know, without looking at the reference, that works. No problem here. Just slightly different. Love how you did the hands. That's nice. Very good. Very, very good. So this might be, yeah, relevant here again. Like the types of references that you're going to use, and using references that might be a little bit more useful for you in the future instead of those super crazy poses. I think you would, yeah, like get more mileage long term from using poses that are a little bit more natural, you know, less extreme. Just because you're more likely to reuse them in the past. And so if you draw a character that's standing, you know, and you've done a, you know, in the past, like a character, like a study like this, where the dude was just standing, then you'll have that to look back at and be like, oh yeah, I did something like that when I was studying. Perfect, maybe I'll redraw this again. And then it's probably gonna be a lot easier to do this from imagination. So if the goal is to draw from imagination, probably is, right? Use poses that you see yourself reusing in the future. And like for the more crazy poses, like professionals will do the same. You grab a reference. So I've never studied a pose like this. I have no visual, you know, no visual library for it. I could probably build it up just because of the anatomy knowledge and all that stuff, but I would 100% grab a reference if that was the pose that I needed to do, just to make sure that I get it right. So, you know, I recommend you do the same. Ignore those ones and use poses that are more common. That works pretty well. I think maybe the torso's a little short. You know, like looking at this one here. Half, you know, kind of like a big rectangle just split in half here at the ribs. Yours probably could go a little lower than that. So I think the legs kind of start down here instead. We'll make him feel taller and yeah, have enough room for all the ribs and all the vertebrae, the 24 vertebrae in his spine. The rest though. So, let's know if I'm on the right track with learning foreshadowing dynamic drawing simple shapes in space. More. No, I think you got this. I see a little bit of struggle, but you're definitely not overwhelmed. At least it doesn't seem this way. And those poses are really hard. So I think this is exactly what you should be working on. If anything, just find poses that are easier. Your result will be better. Your results will be better, and you'll probably have more fun doing it too. And it's stuff that you'll be able to reuse long term. So yes, I changed my shirt because I spilled some food on my other shirt because I ate too fast. Slightly embarrassing. All right, who that's? Foxy. What's up? It's not the art. It's me trying to shove down my dinner too quick. So 2 weeks ago I posted for the first time, and I feel like my work has not been representative of my current skill set because it was an anthropomorphic animal. Yeah, I've never drawn those. I don't know what that is. The character I present to you today is a much more accurate representation of how I draw human anatomy. I feel like I struggle with joints, wrists, elbows, knees, ankles. Don't we all? And also the mortal enemy of many artists, hands. Last time you wondered about the background of my paintings and let me tell you, I have zero experience painting backgrounds. For most of my pictures, I use Photoshop on Photoshop photograph license. Yep. That's what I had for the longest time, and tweak the photo in my favor. Can't wait to get started on perspective. Last time you had also asked me about my goal, what I want to improve my art, what I want to improve my art in the first place. My answer is that I want to draw webcomics. Got it? For now, I'll be happy to just share my stories as a hobby and not as a way to generate income. A hobby is comic artist. Yeah, I mean, I have only one job. That's not true, I have two. Yeah, two. But everything else that I do, I take it as seriously. I just don't ever hope to make money out of it, and that's a completely valid way to spend your time. So yeah, no problem here. So I will definitely want to brush up on my character art, and also, just to hit on that too, again, that's the way to go. You just work on your art, have fun, and then if anything ever comes out of it, if opportunities ever present themselves in the future as a result of you getting better at it, then you see, then you have a choice to take them or no, or keep going, So yeah, perfect. So last time you also, so I will definitely want to brush up on my character art and also some backgrounds and the occasional creatures. But for the most part, I guess I won't need them to be fully rendered 15+ hour paintings, although I want to be able to do that. I unfortunately sleep during the streams, but I wanted to thank you for your critique, advice, and everything. You're more than welcome. All right, so character. This is how you draw a human anatomy. Right on. Oh yes, I remember this. Yes. Okay, that's pretty good. Ken's pretty good too. Yeah, actually, like there's not a whole lot that I would that I would change here. The legs probably the biggest part. So the top of the body, like torso, hands, arms, shoulders, like just the structure around the shoulder joints here, face, very nice, very nice. Leg wise, I think first just the length of it. So she's got like her hips are pretty straight, so it doesn't seem like she's, you know, tilted in any direction, which she probably should. You know, we're rarely, especially she's on just one leg, and so that one leg is gonna push up that hip, make that hip higher. The other one's gonna drop as a result, almost always. So there's gonna be an imbalance there. Usually you try to offset that imbalance by having the shoulders kind of balanced in the opposite direction. So you did it. So good job. But also maybe it's because of the perspective, like she's kind of coming towards us a little bit. So maybe you could have that shoulder a little higher, you know, like she's cranking out her bow. She's about to maybe like fire. So it's normal for there to be a little more tension in the shoulder. That one could be a little higher as a result of that. And that one could be a little lower. Just again to reinforce that offset. And so anyways, just for the future, I'll keep that in mind to offset things this way, depending on which leg is pushing or is holding most of the weight. But let's say now she's just straight. She just happens to be in perfect balance as she takes another step. The length of the legs. So let's say her joints right here, right there on the other side. To the knee, you know, there's a little bit more length on the right side. So you want to make sure that that's not the case. You know, that the two legs start at the same spot. Not the legs, but the knees start at the same spot. In this case, a little higher. And wrap it up. And so that means in the back here, calves will start a little higher as well. And since she's coming towards us, right, both her shoulders are kind of pointing in that direction. Boing. You'd want to, I mean, the knees as well, pointing in that direction. So you'd want to do the same thing with the feet. And right now the feet are kind of pointing that way, as if they're going in a different direction. They're like, nope, don't want to keep going straight. We're going to the side. Screw this person. It's a tough angle for feet though, so no worries. But yeah, you probably want to the heel there. The foot kind of coming towards this way instead. And same thing with that back leg there. Probably wouldn't be able to see it as much from the back there. If that knee is taking a step, you'll probably be able to see most of the foot. Kind of like that, because again she's almost facing us straight, so we'd see the bottom of her legs head on a little bit more. And then probably you could lower the crotch a little bit, because the belly button is quite close. Usually you want to have like a good amount of distance between, because you know, you'll get there. I don't think there's you probably haven't made it all the way there yet, but yeah, if you're still a perspective one. So when you go into the anatomy classes, you know, just take whatever I'm saying here and like put it on the shelf for now. But yeah, you're gonna have your chest muscle here, and then abs. So first set of abs here a little smaller. Second set of abs a little bigger. Third set of abs, and the belly button is usually going to be right in the middle of that. And then you got another bigger, longer abs going towards the groin, and yeah, usually that should. I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, she's got enough room for all of that, so it's not like you need to make the torso any longer. She's just got like really long legs. So to make that a little bit more in proportions, you could slightly lower the crotch here just a little bit so that that one right here has enough room to exist. And maybe like chop out the legs and shorten them just a little bit. So the upper legs, the lower legs. Not too long, because usually for like most average characters that are not too small like a real person, but not too tall like a crazy giant, but like just a good like athletic ideal physique, you want to have like the crotch right in the middle of the entire height of the character. That's why, you know, I wanted to lower that a little bit, shorten the legs just so that the crotch is right in the center. That's like a good baseline. Usually it will look pretty good. So there you go. Oh yeah, I mean, this again, it's not like you don't necessarily go into it thinking, it's gonna be a 15-hour painting. You kind of just start, you know, and a lot of it will start probably from studies too. Like you do like a really nice study, you're like, oh, maybe I'm gonna, you know, maybe just like a body, like a simple body, like maybe that was your study. Then you're like, I kind of like it. Maybe I'll push the anatomy a little bit more, right? And then you finish it up, and then it's like, oh, that's a cool character. Maybe I'll slap on some clothes on top. Oh, that's really cool design. Maybe I'll place that character in the background, and then it kind of gets, you know, you blow out of proportion this way, and then you end up with a 15-hour painting. Although 15 hours not that long. When I was younger, probably hit like 50 kind of regularly. Anyways, hope that helps. Like this looks like a lot of stuff to look at. It's mostly minor stuff. So what's most important here is really like the direction of the limbs. So like the feet was probably like the biggest mistake. Everything else is just small stuff. And I just wanted to point it out. But yeah, very nice. Hope that helps. Moving on to Mr. Lex. Looking for feedback on the lighting and textures, as well as anything that might help me on my next portrait. Ooh. Nice. Oh, he's he's also wearing a real coat. Very nice. Oh man, I love what you did with the hair. Usually not a big fan of like drawing each individual hair like this, but since you have like the real jacket in there with like all the noise from the texture, I actually kind of warranted it, and you did really good. Yeah, no problem with that at all. That was really nice. A lot of likeness too. Yeah, dude, you did a really good job here. Most of the feedback will have to do with the shading of the face. So it feels a little bit like this feels like really nice and like real, photo real, but the face a little soft, you know, like he's what does that remind me of? Almost like made of like half skin, half porcelain. A lot of it is just the contrast. So if we adjust the contrast a little bit for the skin part, I think it's gonna not solve everything, but definitely going to help, I think. I don't think I need to do the eyes are good. It's like it's like, it's weird. It's like the eyes are very nice, the hair is awesome. And then in here, this feels like it's a little glowy. That's what I'm trying to adjust here. So, I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna grab the whole thing and see. We can always like tweak the eyes later. No, that's not it. Levels. Like the shading could could use is a little bit of work too, like around the nostrils here, like to make sure that everything is like deep enough, like dark enough. But overall, I think we can get rid of a lot of this like this glowiness effect by just playing around the layers, not the layers, excuse me, the levels. A little closer this way. I think the highlights are fine. I mean, overall, it was a little bright, but it's more like what I mean is more like this stuff here. Not red. Like that, you know, like those hits here. That kind of stuff. Like around the nose here. Back there. Like that kind of stuff that you would have underneath the eyes. Like on the other side of the nose, maybe a little bit less lights. Now it's starting to look like a grandpa. Don't have the reference either, so I don't know, maybe. Yeah, a little bit more, like a little bit more depth in the details, especially for like for a man. Usually those are gonna be like, I mean, just look at mine right now. You know, like under my nostrils, pretty dark. You did a really good job here, like right under the nose, but like around the nostrils, like those details, like the transition between the nose here into the cheek and then into the side of the mouth there. Like maybe he's got a little too much of like a pocket here. It's really solid stuff, but. Also next time, like if you can include the reference so that I have like a good idea of what I should compare this to, because I know who this is. I'm not that familiar with his face, so I don't know like how much, like how poofy that cheek is, like how defined, you know, his cheekbones are or anything like that. I would feel like for a dude, like he would probably push that in a bit more, like define the side of the mouth here, like have that a little bit more hollow. It's a little tricky without reference. Like underneath, like around here, the hairline, extend that a little bit. So that's more like a more natural integration. Oh, there we go. Excellent, thank you. I see. Okay, so yeah, he is definitely wider overall. I see. But yeah, it's mostly shading then. So brighten them up overall. Yeah, so like that kind of stuff there, you know, like that little bit of highlight right there. Highlight, shadow, highlights. Not so much highlight, but right on top of the lips here, always catches a little bit more of the light. And then the nasolabial line, a little darker, going towards the side of the mouth. A little bit of a cheekbone there. And overall kind of just darker that side. I mean, a lot of this stuff, you know, it's you would get it at some point if you just kept rendering and rendering and rendering. What I would recommend, though, instead of doing like those one-to-ones, because you're good enough to do this. And like I said, you probably hit it real damn close if you just kept going with the rendering. I would recommend that you do the same thing that I suggested to Sami, where you combine two different portraits, because that's really going to force you to do like the processing step in between, instead of just observing and then recreating. That's a little bit more direct, a little easier in a way. Much harder when you have to take the structure and then use a different light setup. So maybe like instead of the light, you know, hitting his face this way, but this is a good reference by the way, but instead of having maybe like the light hitting his face, there we go, kind of like evenly from the front there, maybe the other reference photo is completely lit from the side, and like this side is a little bit darker, like the front of the face maybe doesn't have much light. Yeah, 4 hours not that bad at all for this kind of result. I think you did a good job. But yeah, I'd be very curious to see what you can do if you start to merge different portrait studies into one, like 2 into 1. Because I don't know, like hopefully, I don't know, maybe not, but maybe the goal, I would think the goal is to eventually do this just from imagination. You know, like if you do a bunch of these and you get really familiar with all the subtleties of the face, eventually you should be able to create heads from imagination. And combining 2 different portraits is gonna really help you towards that, if that's the goal. Yeah, man. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I asked you before, but what's your goal? Maybe I did. I don't remember. What's the goal with your art? What are you trying to? Yeah, like all of this stuff. That's gonna be custom brush. That's gonna be the easiest way to achieve that. I have one, for example. And to be honest, like you can make a brush out of his skin directly and use that as a custom brush now. But yeah, something like let me see. Where are they? There we go. Pores. I have 2 different ones. Like that kind of stuff, like really good to add pores. You know, it's just a brush and then suddenly you have pores. Another one here. Which one is that? That's a little bigger. So yeah, it's gonna be custom brushes. What you can do is grab that here, or grab like an orange, similar texture. Grab that stuff here. New, come on. 500 by 500 is pretty good usually for a brush. Blow that up. Soften out the edges so that you don't get that straight line. Adjust the contrast so we have more contrast, and we keep just the shadows in here, not the highlights. So the more subtle, the better. The more natural it'll look. Like that's pretty good brush. And then you go and brush presets. You can tweak the randomness, so shape dynamic, so it's gonna flip that way, so it's not always the same pattern. Angle jitter a little bit. Like right now, you know, it's a little darker on this side, so you try to get something that's a little bit more even, but you know, whatever. It's just a quick brush. Minimum diameter, I want to keep that pretty consistent. Pores don't really get bigger or smaller too much. A little bit more spacing maybe. Let's try that. New brush presets, pores. And now when you paint, you paint with pores. Not bad. Even better than getting this brush. Just create one yourself. You see, it takes no time at all. And then you can get exactly what you want. You can get those that have maybe like a little bit more wrinkles, you know, like for the side of the nose, maybe like the side of the eyes here. So you can have like pores and like wrinkle brushes. But super easy to create when it's based off of a real photo this way. And that helps. Close that. No. Come on, Photoshop. You got this. There you go. Oh yeah, so Clip Studio. Can't help you as much there, but I think the process is very similar. What's most important, it's not so much like all the shenanigans that I did here, like, you know, like introducing some scattering, all that stuff. What's more important is just sourcing a good texture, and you have a really good one here. Like that creates a really nice one. It's nice and flat. Maybe my selection, I got a little bit too much of the cheek too. Like you get this part there, where there's no shadows. It's just kind of like this nice flat texture. That's perfect. Perfect for pores. Just do a little bit of the treatment that I did, like adjusting the brightness, the contrast, and you'll be golden. But yeah, if you want to do portraits, for sure you need to use custom brushes. It's gonna just save you a ton of time and just get way better results too when you get really used to it. Let's move on. Yeah, highly recommend that you. I know, like at the beginning, I was the same. I'm like, I'm not gonna create my own brushes. That's too much hassle. But it's just like you just do it a few times and it becomes like such an easy process. It's just, and it makes so much sense in the long term. You just get really used to your own brushes. You can get way more out of them than you would if it were like a custom brush with somebody else that created it for their own needs. So especially for portraits, when you want to get like all that kind of nice detail, custom brushes are the way to go. All right, Kevin, you're last. What up? So more gesture and mannequins, trying to find a flow that works. Anything I'm making mistakes on? I'm curious. When we make an oval or an egg shape for the torso, is it supposed to be the same size as the ribcage? And out anatomy on top. What? Yeah, I'm sure you can find a bunch on YouTube. People that create various brushes. Clip Studio Paint, it's a big one. You know, it's a big software, so you should have a pretty easy time finding something for it. So anything I'm making mistakes on? When we make an oval or an egg shape for the torso, is this supposed to be the same size as the rib cage? Yeah, the way that I think about it, at least, it's the rib cage. You know, that's the oval for the rib cage. That's it. So, for example, you know, if you have like a character, like from the side view, for example, and then you have like the neck there, you know, whatever. That's gonna be your sternum here. That's gonna be the ribs, and then belly, stomach, and then, you know, kind of like your hips will start there. So it's the ribs. That's what it is. Because construction is always, construction is the skeleton, like the skeleton, you can think of it as like the skeleton plus the deep muscle. So that's why, you know, we have like big cylinders instead of little sticks. When I do it this way, at least, but maybe a little bit more accurate when you draw it as if it was just like bones. Anyways, whatever you prefer. But the idea when you have this is that you close it out, and and after that you slap the muscles on top if need to be. Or sometimes, you know, for the arms here, maybe that's big enough. Maybe you can just turn that into bicep, tricep, brachialis, shoulder. You know, maybe you have the mass for it. But the torso, at least, that's just the rib cage. And also, should I stay on term 1 and term 2 anatomy for now, or should I start studying the muscle groups? I'm also going to start studying more actual personal art from now on instead of concentrating stuff. Yeah, it's important to have fun with this stuff too. Put it to use and see like what you're lacking, what you're really good at already, and it makes the studies stick a lot more when you have actual context for it. Because studying stuff out of context comes out the other side. Yeah, man, those are really good. So I think you're ready to start having some fun with muscles on here. They're really good, really, really good. I'm guessing a lot of these, if not all of them, are from reference. But so like to be sure, I mean, yeah, you're definitely ready to move on to anatomy regardless. But practice drawing them from imagination, like those simpler mannequins made out of like just cylinders, that kind of stuff. Because again, the exercise just really good at highlighting your shortcomings, and that kind of creates a void and creates a knowledge void that the second that you're able to fill it, it's gonna stick long term a lot more. Yeah, very, very nice studies here. Very nice. Yeah, you got this. Proportions are good. You got a good line quality to it. Your cylinders are on point. Yeah, man. I think you're ready to stretch a little bit. Fly on your own. Good stuff, Kevin. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, looking forward to see some of your personal art. Yeah, I mean, you already have like hints of muscles in there, so I think it's just I think your brain is ready to solve these mysteries. Like, how is that connected? What is that connected to? What's the rest here? Yeah. Looking forward to it. So that is going to be it for today. I thought I didn't have that many, but I took my sweet ass time, and then we're almost at 7.5 hours. Well, I had fun. So there you go. I hope that was helpful, even if maybe you didn't get your stuff reviewed. And yeah, if you weren't here live, hope it's helpful when you do watch it. And a lot of really cool stuff today, as usual. I see you guys like leveling up like crazy. I thought my stream just died. Yeah, so really impressive. Really proud of you guys, and hopefully have an amazing rest of your weekend. Great creative week. I'll see you guys next week for another. Take it easy.